Today, and neither is my colleague Kevin. We are going to put you in the very capable hands of Matthew Quinn from the Future Sales Factory, who's compared for us on numerous occasions and does a wonderful job. Matthew also delivers sales training to our Scottish Edge winners. So for those of you that are pitching today, remember that we will be getting in touch with you and recommending that you work with Matthew at some time in the near future. But I'm going to hand you over now to Matthew. Welcome to the stage, Matthew.
Thank you very much. Morning, everybody. Are we well? Oh, yeah, excited to hear it. Thank you very much. Oh, yes, we're well. They've carpeted the stage since the last time I was here. I'm not entirely sure why, but you won't be able to hear my clicky-clacky shoes as we walk around anymore. The trouble is, I'll probably charge myself up with static electricity, so if anybody shakes my hand, you'll get a shock, which is great. So welcome, this is Edge 23. A little bit of housekeeping before we start. As Evelyn says, my name is Matthew Quinn. I work for an organisation called Future Sales Factory. I have met some people in the room before, and I will meet most of the people in the room in the future, hopefully. Housekeeping, if there is a fire alarm, run away. That way, apparently. Or maybe that way. No, that way. Definitely that way. Follow the green man. It's written down here. It says, follow the green man to escape out of, in a fire alarm. And I've been looking around and I can't see any. Oh, that way. Okay, ignore everything I just said. If there's a fire alarm, run that way. There you go. Brilliant. The way that today's going to work, I'm sure most of you know, we will eat lunch today no later than 1:05. We'll have a little break in the morning, a little break in the afternoon, and we will finish here no later than 4:30. But that's not the exciting bit. What the exciting bit is the actual competition. Today we've got 12 finalists. Now I believe that this competition started way back in March, where people went through the first couple of rounds of assessments and pitches and all that kind of thing. Now we're down to 12 yesterday. 12. Was anybody here yesterday, by the way? A couple of people. How were the hosts? I don't know whether that chuckle was a good thing or a bad thing, Evelyn. Hopefully, I shall maintain that level of professionalism and expertise. We're going to give away, we're going to award, I suppose, £1.5 million from Edge to various lucky winners. And today, as I say, we've got 12 people coming to pitch for us. Each business leader will come up onto this stage and they will have 3 minutes to pitch their business, and then they'll have 10 minutes to get grilled by a panel of wonderful, beautiful, lovely judges who I will introduce in a moment. All the finalists can be found on our Edge app, and there's an Edge app slide coming up in a moment that will give you all the details of that, so you can have a little look around. But equally important when it comes to online stuff is our Jack tells me it's not a Twitter competition this year. We normally run a Twitter competition. This year it is an online media competition because they have decided to not just use Twitter. So if you want to go on Friends Reunited and use that as a platform for your competition entry, then that is perfectly up to you. Basically, for the competition, all you need to do is do the hashtag Edge23, make a comment, mention Edge in your comment, and you stand a chance of winning. Stand by, people. Are you ready for this? Some wireless headphones. Who was that active participant there? Well, thank you very much. There you go. You've basically already won. Yes, as I say, the business leaders will come up, they'll pitch, they'll be all very nervous. So what I want you to do when we invite people up is give them a massive round of applause, make them feel comfortable. They've got a nice, smooth, carpeted stage now to talk on. They'll give a pitch, they'll have some slides and maybe a little video and all that kind of stuff, and it'll be very exciting. And then the judges will all sit here and they'll grill them. Now, the judges. In Edge, we choose people who help us very, very carefully. RBS are a partner. There's many other partners around the place who you will see in the breaks, and they're outside, they'll talk to you and they'll tell you what they do and support them if you can. They choose the host very precisely, obviously, but they also choose judges. And what we need in the judges is the highest standard of professionalism. We need the highest standard of intellect, and we need the harshest critics for these businesses, because these people are the people who are going to be giving away, awarding millions of pounds. So when I invite these judges up to sit down at their judging panel, massive rounds of applause, please. Happy with that? Good. Firstly, let me read a little biography out. The first judge is Dr. Shona McPherson, CBE. She's an experienced chair and non-executive director and is used to working at the most senior levels of government, private, public and third sectors. Her practice as a solicitor saw her specialise in advising companies whose core asset is intellectual property. She worked for Sir Terence Conran, established the in-house legal department of Harrods. That would have been interesting, wouldn't it? And advised on the establishment of Aldi in the UK. Shona was appointed as the first ever non-executive appointee to the Management and Strategic Board of Scottish Government, where she became the first layperson to chair its audit committee. From 2015 until 2020, she was the lead non-executive member of the Management Board of the Office of Secretary of State for Scotland and the Office of the Advocate General. She was a member of the UK Government and Scottish Parliament's Commission on the Scottish Devolution, Scottish Executive's Culture Commission and its Knowledge Economy Task Force. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Shona McPherson, CBE. Blimey, how can we follow that? Well, let's try. Our next judge is Kevin Havelock. Kevin is a Regional Director, East and East of Scotland Corporate, Commercial and Business Banking for Royal Bank of Scotland. His team provides a full banking service to trading businesses across a range of sectors, with an annual revenue of more than 0.75 million in Edinburgh and East of Scotland, as well as public sector and higher education institutions all across Scotland. He joined the Royal Bank as a graduate trainee in 1996 when he was 14. He spent his whole career working directly with corporate businesses, including PLCs, financial institutions, and owner-managed businesses. Kevin's a chartered banker, fellow of the Chartered Banker Institute, and he's currently a governing council member of Edinburgh Chamber of Commerce. He's a member of the Edinburgh Napier University Business School Advisory Group, vice chair of Edinburgh's Just Economic Transport Group, and a board member of Prosper. Please welcome Kevin Havelock. Oh, how do we follow those two? With a friend of mine. We've had this young lady before as a judge. She's wonderful. Absolutely top-class judge. Takes a joke well as well, which is very important in this situation. Dr. Poonam Malik. She's a stellar supporter of Edge. Dr. Malik is a board member for Scottish Enterprise Scotland's National Economic Development Agency and a non-departmental public body of the Scottish Government. An active member of Investing Women Angels Limited, IWA, which is Scotland's only female angel investor group. She supports female founders as a business angel investor, mentor, advisor, trainer and reviewer. She's hugely passionate about supporting women entrepreneurs as members of the Changing the Chemistry, CTC, a peer support network. Also Equate Scotland and Women on Board. She speaks regularly on panels to improve diversity of thought in the boardrooms and promote diversity and sustainable inclusive growth with entrepreneurship, innovation and investment. Specifically promoting women in science, technology, engineering and mathematics, STEM, and encouraging Black, Asian and minority backgrounds to increase their growth potential and have their voices heard. Fantastic. Please welcome Dr. Poonam Malik. Now, we were thinking about this judging panel, and everybody said to me, Matthew, whenever people meet you, there's a word that pops into their mind. Does anyone know what that word is? Tall. I know that because some people actually say it. And they said, do you see the problem we always have with our judges? They're all shorter than you. And I said, yeah, I can see why that's a problem. They're all normal-sized human beings, and I'm not. I said, so what are we going to do about it? And they said, what we'll do is we'll get Ben on board. And our next judge, I'm delighted to say, is one of the few people that I can stand up and look straight in the eye. It's Ben Banter. Ben's the founder and CEO of Blackford Analysis. The company operates a platform business in radiology, bringing together over 100 third-party regulatory cleared AI solutions and delivering them to healthcare providers and major OEM channel partners. Ben's background is as an astronomer, where he developed a data processing technique that dramatically improved the speed of analysis of galaxy spectra. It sounds like a science fiction movie. In combination with huge surveys of the night sky, this approach gave unprecedented insight into the history of star formation in the universe from the Big Bang to the present. He started Blackford with the wish to bring this data processing challenge to bear on the problem closer to home, that of medical imaging. Founded in 2010 as a spin-out from the University of Edinburgh, Blackford was acquired by Bayer plc in February 2023 and continues to operate independently based on Bayer's well-established arm's length. Somebody get that? Arm's length, which for Ben and I is quite long, operating model. Blackford remains accountable to advance the company's technology, channel partnerships and the clinical application portfolio while benefiting them from the experience, infrastructure and reach that Bayer has as a global pharmaceutical company. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our tallest judge, Ben Banter. See what I mean? Me and Ben just going to stand here for the rest of the day on stage, towering over all of you. Now, those of you that have attended this kind of final before will know that what we try and do during the day is get the judges involved with some of the kind of online competitions as well. So we're going to also run the best judge competition. So if you've got a favourite judge or a favourite judge's quote or a favourite judge's question, then get that out on there. Oh no, you can't call it Twitter anymore, can you? Elon gets annoyed. It's X, formerly known as Twitter. I'm going to call it now. So get those comments out there. Let's see if we can get a favourite judge. And maybe the favourite judge will win a prize as well. Not as good as wireless headphones, obviously. Right, 10 o'clock. That means it's time for somebody to smile. Our first finalist of the day. This is an entrepreneur whose company successfully supplies a host of orthodontic supplies, but is on a mission to safeguard key skills in an industry which is struggling to attract new talent. Please, your best smile, and a massive round of applause for our first finalist, John Moore from White Box Dental.
Hello everyone, I'm John, Managing Director of White Box Dental. We are Scotland's newest and largest orthodontic dental laboratory. I've spent over 10 years in the dental industry and just over 12 months ago founded White Box. And in that short period of time we've hit some real key milestones. We've had 6-figure revenue months, we've created 6 new jobs, and we've also got into a bit of a legal battle with Glasgow University, but we'll talk about that later. White Box primarily provides orthodontic and general dental clinics in the UK and US with a really bespoke lab service. For example, if you go to your dentist requiring a retainer, they would take a scan of your teeth, send us the model. We would use AI to generate that model, 3D printing and robotics to manufacture it, as well as expert dental technicians, and send it back to the clinic in a case with their brand. Inside this case is a QR code that takes you as a patient to a website that looks like the clinic, but it's actually us. This way you can replace your retainer every 6 months as recommended, or on demand should you lose it or break it. For us, this generates an upfront cash flow, and for the clinic, reduces chair time, admin time, improves patient compliance. Some of our customers are actually generating upwards of £6,000 per month with this service alone. When it comes to general dental clinics, we supply them with tooth whitening products. Now, I know what everyone's going to think. The tooth whitening market is completely saturated, and I would agree, but the clinical tooth whitening market actually isn't. There's only really 6 key players in the UK, and we're one of them. We supply these clinics with whitening kits in their brand, with their colours, with their logo, all in a little white box. It's been massively popular, and in a very short space of time, we've grew to over 600 clinical customers. Now, this all sounds fantastic, doesn't it? We've had tens of thousands of successful clinical cases, hundreds of the world's most leading, forward-thinking, ambitious dentists already using our services. But in actual fact, we operate in an industry that is in crisis. In order for us to sustain what we do, never mind grow our business, we need qualified orthodontic technicians, and they simply don't exist. It's not a problem we can recruit a way out of either. The average age of a dental technician in the UK is 55, and there's 10 times more leaving the industry every year than is joining. It's a massive issue for NHS dentistry, and it's why the NHS dental sector is facing so many problems. We think we've got a solution though. We're already in talks with 3 small independent expert orthodontic laboratories. The idea is we can actually acquire their businesses, centralise all the menial labour, and free up that expert's time to train the next generation by putting in apprentice technicians within their businesses. Traditionally, these guys would just close the door one day, close the business, and haven't trained anybody, and have been working 40 years in the business. If we do this, this means we can actually create a new industry within Scotland and secure jobs for the future. So, judges, I'm here today to say yes to Whitebox, not only to help NHS dentistry within Scotland and the UK, but also create a brighter, whiter future for an industry that's not actually here yet. Thank you very much, guys. Is this working okay?
Good morning, John. Well
Good
done.
morning. Can you hear me okay, everyone? Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for the pitch. Very good. I suppose we will have that discussion about your controversy later, but what you said in the end is the challenge with the human force which is required in your business, and you're proposing that you will train. That's an opportunity, but also a risk. So could you elaborate, how do you plan to tackle and get that many people for the business in Scotland or elsewhere?
Sure, yeah. I mean, the issue is actually that there is technicians out there, they're just at capacity. So it's very much a cottage industry, and there's very small businesses clustered around the UK. There's no really big manufacturing facilities. The idea is to, when we take over that business, 4 hours of an average technician's day is, used making retainers, which is a thing that we already automate, so we can save up their time. Freeing up that extra 4 hours a day will then be dedicated solely to training. Now, getting people in the door isn't actually that difficult. These are entry-level jobs, but we would then put them through a university-level education in order for them to be qualified and registered with the General Dental Council. So, although it is quite tricky to, repopulate the industry with these technicians, I think this is quite a sensible way of doing it and pretty low risk.
Thank you. And in terms of manufacturing, where do you think you would like that to be based in longer term? And what is the current threat to your business from the existing setup, and how do you plan to take it?
So everything is currently in Glasgow. That's never going to change. I think we've got a right opportunity in Glasgow to create that little sector, something, as I said, that doesn't exist currently. There's great talent in Glasgow. We're a nation of engineers, and it's suited to a lot of people. External threats, there's only really one other company that operates within the UK and Europe that potentially could compete with what we're doing and the bespoke element. Fortunately, they've already tried. They tried to undercut us and, kind of cut our legs away for us when we first started, and it never worked. So we've brushed that external threat away already.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
I'll hand over to Kevin now.
Poonam, thank you. John, thank you for your pitch. You talked about acquiring businesses, and as a banker, I immediately think, oh, that's interesting. Where are you in terms of how you would acquire them? Would you be acquiring the actual legal entity? What happens to the liabilities, leases? Do you pay all that practical stuff?
Yeah, I actually sillily forgot that part of my pitch. It was in there originally, but my brain has been scrambled with that a little bit. So think of it more, rather than acquisition, it's more like a golden handshake for employment. So these guys tend to operate small limited companies, or they're self-employed. So rather than them, just closing up one day, we'd actually give them a kind of golden handshake to be employed by us. We'd purchase their assets as well, or any small assets they have. The main asset actually is in their head. It's not the technology that's very basic, so very, artisanal tools. So it's more about, taking on their business and their customer base, and relieving them of the pressure that they've had for the last 30 years.
So you're effectively employing them as employees rather than acquiring?
Yes, I mean, there will be some businesses that will fall under the kind of formal acquisition side of things, but for the majority of the ones we're speaking to just now, it's definitely the latter.
Okay, that's helpful. And I don't know about the legal battle with Glasgow University you talked about, so I wouldn't mind a thumbnail on that.
Yeah, so I'll give you a quick one. So we hired a guerrilla marketing agency to do some clean graffiti for one of our customers, and it was, the company's called Westerwood, is the dental practice we were promoting. The idea was I was going to go outside the clinics that are in Glasgow city centre and do some clean graffiti on the floors there. They couldn't get these stencils to stick and decided we'll go to the West End, it's a nice area, we'll promote there instead. Never got the go-ahead with me, first of all, and actually put it on one of Glasgow University's walls, not on the actual building, but across the road. And obviously, as you can imagine, they weren't too happy. Thankfully, after a lot of back and forth with the lawyers, they decided that they don't want to compromise the growth of a small business over what essentially was a mistake.
Good. All right, that's a great relief to hear. I was worried it would be something about IP or something really scary.
No.
John, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kenneth. Thanks, John, for your pitch. Can I take you back to your competitors?
Yes.
As I understand it, what you're doing is you're taking what's been a very labour-intensive industry to date with skilled people, and you've seen an opportunity with 3D printing and AI. Now, every time I go to the dentist, my dentist seems to have a new piece of kit, and sort of kit manufacturers seem to be innovating all the time. What risk is there that these multinationals will actually come up with a really whizzy 3D printer with AI that could be in every dentist surgery doing what you're now doing?
100%. There's always a risk of that. Fortunately, because we can, industrially 3D print at scale, it's much cheaper for them to actually do that. Some dentists do micro manufacturing in the house already, but after chatting to us, they realise that once they take into consider all their overheads, there's really no point, and it's better to have someone who's a bit more qualified and a little bit quicker to provide that service. We're not overly expensive, so it tends to work out that they come to us.
What's the thing that keeps you awake at night?
It generally is the future. What I discussed in the pitch, it's because I know it's such an ageing industry, and that knowledge, I feel that there's maybe only 4 or 5 years where the knowledge that exists is gone, straight into retirement. And as I said, because these are such cottage industry businesses, they've not had time or interest to train anybody up, and it leaves with them. I always say, imagine there's only 5 barbers in Glasgow, and they're so busy being barbers that they can't train anyone else to be a barber, and they're all retiring in 5 years. This is as dramatic as I feel. That's what keeps me up.
Okay, thank you very much, John.
Thank you.
Hi, John. I'm interested in your application. You talk about the orthodontic piece and you talk about the whitening piece.
Yes.
And obviously one's kind of a clinical product, one's maybe more cosmetic-minded.
Yeah.
What's the revenue split between those two products, and what else can you do with that customer base once you've grown it?
Yep. So the split, probably about 60% of the business is actually whitening. Traditionally, when if you went to your dentist to get your teeth whitened, he would source your custom trays from a laboratory, and he would go to a whitening manufacturer for the whitening. So we just do both. It means we can make it cheaper and we can make it quicker. As it's 60%, we see the growth coming from that perspective is going to be, it's going to continue to grow. Some of our closest competitors are kind of £800,000 in revenue per month, purely on the whitening aspect. So that's the kind of tail that we're chasing. When it comes to the orthodontic side, when we spoke about the QR code, this is something that nobody else in the world is doing. It's as simple as it is. So the idea is we can actually take, an average orthodontist would manufacture or send us 100 retainer cases a month. Every 6 months they're renewing. And that we were just transferring that revenue from the clinic straight to us. I think that's going to be the game changer. All we need to do is acquire these orthodontic contracts with all these clinics. The more we get, the more it compounds over time.
That's great, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I come back with one further question?
Yeah, of course.
I'm intrigued, lots of way up all this, in that I get my routine from you, I've got my QR code, I think something's wrong. I say, can you send me a new one? But actually my teeth have changed. You send me a new one, still doesn't work. I come back to you, get very cross. So when have you thought through when there's a point in time when you have to say to a customer, actually, you need to go back to your dentist?
Yeah, no, it actually does happen. You know, relapse from an orthodontic treatment is relatively common, because you know the website that the patient is buying from looks like the clinic. It's not, you know, they are not aware that there's a second entity, so they communicate with us, and then we liaise with the clinic. And you know, maybe 1 in 20 will have to go back and get another scan. The dentist is, you know, they get 50% of whatever we generate on these websites, so they're happy to take, you know, the odd scan every now and again, and it's infinitely scalable for them, and it's, you know, the contrast of what it was before with the phones ringing and the valuable chair time being used, it's a win. Thank you.
So thank you. You are challenging the existing business model, and you're here for edge pitching. Can you tell us what impact edge funding will have, and what use would you make of it?
Sure. So that will allow us to, the 3 laboratories that we are in talks with, will actually allow us to air quotes, acquire their businesses. It will also allow us to put lab assistants in each one of their businesses, who will automatically be linked on to our kind of little academy that we have in-house, to be trained by the expert and also go through a university programme. So, you know, as much as it sounds wild that you can acquire 3 businesses or, you know, take over 3 businesses with £100,000 and employ 3 people, it actually, you know, will work out. So it would not only save us, this is our plan anyway, but the edge fund would actually save us 2 years. And as I said, the timeline of this is, you know, it's pretty dangerous. So the quicker we can get to this, the better.
So can I ask a follow-on question then? Basically, your business is that you need money to acquire businesses all the time. How much investment do you foresee in the next couple of years?
So I think, see, once we have an additional between 3 and 5 experts on board, that's when we, you know, any further investment we can actually take from our own revenue. It's just the point where we need these experts on board. We already have, you know, some, but we just don't have enough. So it's a bit more just, this is a short-term strategy to acquire the talent we need to really scale. We have scaled, but this is to take it to the next level. And, you know, never say never with further investment, but we're hoping that everything's looking okay just now. If we, please, get some edge funding, we should be absolutely great.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Cheers, guys. Thank you very much.
So we're off. We're off and running. It's our first finalist. He can now sit down and enjoy the rest of his day. I never know whether it's good to be first or last. How did it feel to be first, John?
I guess it's equally as terrifying.
It's a diplomatic answer. It doesn't matter where you go, Matthew, it's equally terrifying. These judges aren't terrifying people, they're lovely. One word of advice for the rest of the pitches today, what would it be from you now you've done it?
Remember the latter after the pitch.
I like that. Excellent, well done, John. Now, just to give you a little bit of insight in some of the other things that are going to happen today, we've obviously got some lovely guest speakers coming along later. We're very pleased that we're going to have Sif Ray from QuickServe. Later on, he's going to be sitting here having a conversation with our very own Evelyn, who's going to grill Sif to find out all the ins and outs of QuickServe. We've also, is Jo Nisbet here, by the way? Where's Jo? Is she in the room? She's not here yet. Jo Nisbet from Harper Macleod. Harper Macleod is one of the great supporters of Edge. Has agreed to do her own pitch. In fact, Jo, right, she's definitely not in the room, is she? No? Right, okay, let's give her a really hard time when she comes in. No, don't, she's lovely. Jo's going to give her very own pitch to some kind of previous winners who are playing the part of judges. And we thought that'd be quite good and quite funny because it will show one of our partners, Harper Macleod, how difficult it actually is, how nerve-wracking it is to stand up here on the carpeted stage and pitch in front of judges. We've also got some videos from past winners, which is something we constantly get asked for, you know. What is it over the last 15 years, Evelyn? Has it been 15 years of Edge?
No, it's 10 Scottish XCMC in the
10, that's right, yes. Is there going to be a 10-year party? Who thinks it should be a 10-year party? There you go. I can spend your money for you, don't worry. Over the last 10 years of Edge, people have said, wow, see these people who won 10 years ago, where are they now? What's it all going? How's it going for them? How good is it to be a winner? All that kind of stuff. So we've got some videos from previous Edge winners to show you as well. Don't forget the Twitter competition. Here's the other thing we like to do on, X, formerly known as Twitter. What we like to do on the online media is if anybody in the room would like me to say anything whilst I'm up here, tweet it, hashtag Edge23, copy our X, formerly known as Twitter, thing on it, at We Know Sales, and whatever you put on there, I'll just say it. That's a challenge for you. That's great, you see, because I can say things, and it's not my fault. So, Nick, are we ready? Are you guys ready? All raring to go? Excellent. We're going to hear from another company now. This is a company that's developed a software solution that allows companies to generate multiple product climate certifications in one place. Let's hear more about that from Lupa Tech.
Hi, everybody. I'm Yichang. I'm CEO and co-founder of Looper. And Looper is a life cycle assessment software. We help manufacturers generate product climate certifications in one place. But first, let's take an example of a bottle of beer. Imagine I'm a beer manufacturer. I want to sell more beers. I want to make my product more sustainable to attract more customers. And typically, I need to provide information such as how much carbon emission come from the beer, from the packaging, how much recycled component I'm using, what kind of supply chain based on traceability it looks like. And typically, manufacturers need to provide 3 to 7 certifications, declarations, reports, labels to demonstrate how sustainable their products are. If they can do that, great. That can make their product more competitive, and they can get more revenue from there. But the challenge now is to get all these labels. Currently, it's really, really hard. First, it's very expensive. Consultant will take at least £8,000 per product, and all the data collection take at least 1 month. And second, manufacturers, they don't have the in-house specialists to updating the calculation when their production process change. And third, around 60% of the climate impact data are still not available yet. Wrong assumptions can lead to a huge calculation error. That's why we are developing this next generation LCA, lifecycle assessment software. We want to give manufacturers the confidence to generate and manage all these certifications. And from the video, you can see Looper is a really intuitive tool. Users just need to drag and drop their production process, modifying the nodes, updating the quantity details, and they can see the impact on the right side in real time. Compared with traditional ways, it's way much cheaper, faster, and more engaging. And Looper, here we use SaaS, software as a service business model, paid annually. And this brings us to this £2 billion global climate labeling service market. And currently, we are focusing on UK manufacturing industry. And from the right, you can see so far, our main traction all come from construction manufacturers, covering stones, cement, concrete. But we also get traction from government bodies, such as South of Scotland Enterprise, Zero Waste Scotland. And recently, we even expanded to textile sectors, and we get customers like New Look. So Looper, currently, we are a team of 4 now. Me, Sash, and Gabriel, we are the product team. We are full-time, and we have part-time Ben as a project manager. And currently, we are hiring 2 roles. One is a UX designer, another one is an LCA engineer. And why we apply for Edge? First, we want to make sure the cost covered for that UX designer. That's the first one. Second one, we want to increase our media exposure because we are planning our first fundraising now. And finally, practice the presentation skill. But all of this align with our mission to make lifecycle design accessible to every business. And together, let's tackle climate change. Thank you. Let's move to the Q&A. Hi, judges.
Chang, thank you very much. It was great to hear. I'll kick off with the first question. I'm really interested in terms of how you measure the impact of your solution over time with the clients that use it.
Yeah, so Looper, we are measuring product level climate impacts. For example, if you buy clothes, and then we help the manufacturers calculate how much CO2 equivalent they generate from there, those circularity details. So what we did is we do that annually. But some of the customers, they prefer like a quarterly because that depending on how frequently their production process change. Let's take an example. For example, one of our stone manufacturer customers, when we help them, they generate a product certification. We think they will use that number for probably 2 or 3 years, but they notice that number because we have benchmark analysis within the software. They notice their carbon emission is not that good compared with competitor. So it's like within 1 month, they updated their production process and then they update that number. So it's completely depending on the customer.
Okay, no, that's really interesting. And briefly tell us, what is your revenue model for these various customers? Is it a monthly subscription? Is it a per use payment method?
Yeah, so based on unit economic, we have a price per unit, per product, and then we wrap them like into different SaaS tiers, and we charge them annually.
Right, okay, so it's based on the number of products.
Yeah.
And they could run that product monthly, quarterly, annually, and it's the same amount for that product that
Yeah.
they've got. Yeah.
But verification, because we have third-party verification for those numbers, so that depending, like we have a limitation there per year, how many times they can run.
And do you find that customers begin with one product and add others, or how do they put the full portfolio on? How does that relationship develop?
So typically our customers, they have like around 20, 30 products, and they only go through around 5 product, which is their superstar product. They go for this.
Right, okay, that's interesting. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ijing. Could you just talk me through the intellectual property in your product, how you've developed it and how you've protected it?
Yeah, so for IP, we currently, because the core of our software is a large language model based AI, and we have some of those kind of like a foreground, background IP, like a thoughts there, but just the technology is changing all the time. So we haven't like do too much there. Every sprint we change something, but we think about that. So when we think that's a proper thing we need to do, we will handle that.
Okay, thank you for that. So on the basis that you haven't got, you're still protecting the IP in your product, how are you going to react to competitors coming into the market? What do you think is your key distinguisher?
So yeah, we look at our competitors. So our main competitors are mainly consultants because they are really flexible. It's like, manufacturer, if you have some problem, they plug and play, do some manual work. So for us, we are trying to make it scalable in software. So we keep looking at a consultant, but we also track some like a startup who are doing similar work with us. But we think we just like for IP, we use those background, foreground, and we get aware of that, but we also realize it's like when we need to do something and when is the best time to do something.
Okay, so are consultants another route to market for you?
So some of the consultants, actually, they talk to us, can we use your software? But overall, based on our experience, finally from the heart, they are still like, oh my God, Looper, and those people, they're replacing us. We try really hard to sell to them, but it's more like they like to help us test our software, but finally for them to use it's really hard.
Okay, and at the moment you're in sort of quite different industries, construction, sort of aggregates, core products, and at the other end you've got New Look, who I presume they're looking at their supply chain and textiles. To what extent do you have to change your large language model as you look at different industries? Yeah.
For example, within our software, so we show that video, like we are like a process map, that kind of tool. So because actually we are focusing on manufacturing industry, but manufacturing industry, they have different subsectors, construction, textile, food and beverage we are focusing on. The underlying calculation principle, they are all the same. We follow ISO standard 14044, but large language model provide a really good background information. So they don't customer, they don't have to go to Google and then search something. We help them handle them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
To Ben.
Thank you. My question is really around scale. So at the moment, if I understood your answer to Kevin's question, your sweet spot is companies that have maybe 20 or 30 products.
Mm-hmm.
What do much larger companies do that could unlock significant revenue uplift?
Yeah.
And how do you tune, change, adapt your product to really go after that big scale market? Is it even of interest?
Yeah, I think this is really interesting. I think for some of the startup here, maybe you also tackle this, like face this problem. So for us, we start from SMEs, small and medium-sized company, and they have so many requirements, A, B, C, and every day they phone you, oh, can you do this, can you do that? But for enterprise companies, they are more like, they have a dedicated team there. So for us, we have SMEs, but we also have enterprise, such as like a New Look, like thousands of employees there. So we notice for small and medium-sized company, roughly they have 20, 30 products to use our software. But for enterprise company, they have like a huge value chain and a huge number of products. Like New Look, they have like around 17,000 different kind of product there. So that's why that also help us to change our business model. It's like we're using SaaS, but we have different tier. For example, currently we are testing a lower end tier called Looper Basic one. So it's way much cheaper than our current pricing model, but it's like it dropped the calculation accuracy, but it can run a huge number. It's like, it's really scalable. It's like if you have 10,000 of product, you can just bulk import your inventory and we can automate the calculation altogether. But the result is not that accurate. But this can help enterprise, they solve some problem. It's like they just want to calculate the number of those, like a basic number. But when the market requires them to do more, then they will buy us another next level of tier of SaaS subscription. And so far, based on our experience, that makes sense.
And I guess just a kind of follow-up to that, as you're going into different sectors, you know, aggregates, clothing, whatever next, do you have to purchase databases to be able to supply that market, or is that something you can develop organically through your LLM?
So there are some background database we are using, such as called EcoInvent. They cover all the industries, but based on cost, actually, if we choose multiple industries, our cost is more. But for industry-specific, there are also many industry-specific database there. Like, for example, in construction, we have ICE database, and for textile industry, they have some others, and for food and beverage, it's similar. So for us, we just integrate all the database together. Yeah, that's a quick answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chang. I'm interested to hear more about your acquisition timeline, or your customer acquisition timeline. What is it currently, and how do your customers find you, or conversely, how do you reach your customers currently?
Yeah, that's a good question. For us, for SMEs, it will take around like 4 or 5 days. But for enterprise customer, it take, I think, around half a year. And for us, how we like attract more new customers is the main way we are using is referral. So we set up a really good relationship with enterprise company, and they suggest our solution to their value chain. And a lot of SMEs, and then they oh, we heard of Looper because our clients, they mentioned about you, and then they use our software. That's one way. And so referral is the main way. The second way is just like a basic, like a traditional online, like a digital marketing. We have a lot of those Google ads, and then so if they search Looper, we make sure they can go to our website and fill in the form.
Thank you. I suppose the referral is good because it's proven, but also it's a limited scale capacity. So the question is, what's your planning or thinking around how do you reach scale for larger enterprise customers, especially when it takes 6 months or more?
Yeah, So for us, actually, referral, we didn't notice that's like how expensive it is, because we give like the people who send the invites 10%, and then we give the people who receive that 10%, and then we realize, oh my God, it's like we haven't sold the product, and then 20% are gone. So then we realize the referral is quite expensive, but it's really helpful to set up those trust at the beginning. So first we will use referral, but then we will using those online digital marketing campaign, set up those like a sales. I think it's like a different quarter sales cohort. And then we measure what's the traffic look like, what's the conversion looks like. I think that's a good way to make it scalable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well done, Ishan. Now, whilst the judges are deliberating, we're going to watch the first of we're going to watch 2 videos before our coffee break, which is in half an hour or so. The first one we're going to watch is from a company called Waterwhelm, which won £100,000 back in 2017. But I will give a little shout out here. I believe these videos, the 2 videos you're going to watch, are made by a company called Create Greg. And Greg's in the room. Greg, are you in the room? Oh, he's all the way at the back there. Greg, if you can't see the video from the back, let us know, all right? Is it that good quality, is it, Greg? We'll see in a second. Oh, come on, confidence, man. I'll ask you again, is it that good quality, Greg?
I might be biased, of course it is.
Good man. Is Create Greg named after you, Greg?
Yes.
Did it take you long to... What are you going to do? I'm going to create videos. What's your name? Greg. What do you want to call your company? Create Greg.
Actually, when I checked it, there was creategreg.com available, and I said, that's the same name. And I said to my friend, and he came back to me, create like creation, go and create video. He got it. Let's go with Create Greg.
I love it. Simplicity is always the key in these things. Anyway, well, listen, thank you for putting these videos together. We're going to enjoy now the Waterwhelm video. See you in a minute.
My name is Ali. I'm the founder of Waterwhelm, an Edinburgh-based company commercializing a patent-pending technology for wastewater treatment and desalination. Existing solutions in the water industry for wastewater treatment and desalination are very energy-intensive and capital-intensive at the same time. Based on my previous research, we came up with this idea of having this membrane technology which is able to reduce the energy consumption of wastewater treatment and desalination by up to 90% and reduce the capital cost of those solutions by about 1/3. That's where the ideas come from, and over the past 3 years we've been developing the technology to demonstrate that it works on pilot scale and working with some of the largest players in the water industry. Water poses a major societal and environmental challenge. 1 in 3 people across the planet lack access to safe drinking water. And at the same time, there is this water energy nexus. And obviously, when you bring in the environment to that, some of the major challenges we've got to do with climate change are posed by water. Major technological innovations are the only opportunity we have in our fight against climate change. But these technological innovations require lots of resources to be able to support our journey towards net zero emissions, which is why we're really grateful for the support that we've received from Scottish Edge, from Royal Bank of Scotland. That's both in terms of funding and the exposure that we've received by being on these programs.
Lovely. Beautiful video. Thank you, Greg. Well created. We'll see another one of Greg's creations. Do you see what I'm doing here, by the way? And this is all about branding, and it's good shout-outs for Greg's business there. We're going to see another one of Greg's creations just after the coffee break when we see another past winner video. Now, some of you that have seen me host this before know that I'm very easily bribed. And I do enjoy a little bit of, should we say, persuasion. around whether I can influence the judges or not. And I do like it when food and drink is being pitched. So I'm now delighted to introduce our first beverage of the day. It's a ginger-based alternative to whiskey. And we're going to hear all about it from Lewis Kennedy from Talonmore Drinks. Give a big hand for Lewis.
Hello. When I was in my final year of university and working on my honours project in spirit brand packaging, I was looking to become more productive and find alternatives to alcohol. As a whiskey drinker and a cocktail creator, I found it incredibly difficult to find an alternative that was flavourful. They could also be enjoyed neat, or the likes of a sour or a daiquiri. Instead of settling, I decided to create my own, introducing Talonmore, a non-alcoholic spirit that gives professionals the opportunity to enjoy social occasions without sacrificing driving abilities, a clear mind, or a tasty drink. My name is Lewis Kennedy. I'm the founder and managing director of Talonmore Drinks Company Limited, a family-run business from Edinburgh. I'm a drinks brand user experience with a background in drinks brand user experience and packaging sustainability. Talonmore was created to supply the demand of the growing population of responsible drinkers. We know that teetotalism in the UK has grown to 20% for those aged 18 to 44. This equates to approximately 5.3 million people, with the part-time sober population being almost triple the size. This started the boom of non-alcoholic drinks, with Seedlip and Ferragaya quickly becoming the frontrunners in the UK and Scotland respectively. The problem is they mimic traditional spirit manufacturing techniques, and without the alcohol, this leaves little to combine the flavour together. This is expensive and requires the spirit to mix with a tonic water or another mixer. Talonmore was created to solve this issue, brewing natural ingredients like ginger, Assam tea, hawthorn berry, and cactus juice to replicate the experience of a dark spirit with a proudly unique taste. Talonmore has been named the best non-alcoholic spirit by both Men's Health and Good Housekeeping in a blind taste test for 2024. Talonmore has been supported by a fantastic team of advisors, including the regional president of Europe for Marsh Wrigley, the former chairman of Beam Suntory, and the former head of brand for Johnnie Walker. Since launching in June of 2021, and with this team's support, we've already been able to complete 4 production runs, sustainably produce over 4,000 bottles, and generate revenue of over £70,000. Our new production partners, Edinburgh Cider Co. and Jump Ship Brewing, have enabled us to reduce our bottle cost from £6.50 to £4.50, whilst using green renewable energy. We've been able to increase our total accessible market by 4 with our recent listing with Inverarty Morton, and we're able to produce much significantly larger quantities with purchase intent from Opimian, Canada's largest wine distributor across all provinces, and our high conversion rate. Through winning the £100,000 through Scottish Edge, we'll be able to fully produce for and utilise our established wholesale route to market, continue to grow our full-time sales team in Scotland, and bring to market the products that we have in our pipeline. Our current press, with over 100 million readers this quarter and a significant increase in menu listings this season, has given us the validation of forecasting revenue of over £830,000 in the next 12 months. Thank you very much for listening to our pitch. Talonmore, dare to explore.
Thank you, Lewis, very much for that. Could you tell me a little bit about how you actually developed the product itself?
Yeah, of course. I came up with the idea in university, and I was very sure that I wanted to use ginger. I thought that replicated the pleasant burn of alcohol really well, but I had no experience in drinks manufacturing. So I pitched the idea to my university, University of Dundee, and through their help and through winning the Enterprise Challenge and the Venture competition, we were able to fund the recipe development with Food Buzz Consulting to make sure that we were using the right machinery, making sure that we were doing everything to the books, making sure shelf life was stable, and also being able to create a great taste. This was done over lockdown, so it was quite an interesting time.
So your recipe is a bit like Iron Brew. Is it locked away in a safe? How do you know that you're going to keep that recipe safe, that it can't easily be replicated?
Yeah, the key thing for us is making sure that Talonmore is accepted and is identifiable. So in terms of protecting our company, our main thing is our brand and making sure that Talonmore is identifiable and visually interesting and engaging. In terms of the recipe development, all of our manufacturing partners are all under NDA, and we make sure that that's kept really tight. It's the actual manufacturing that is private to us. The ingredients that we use are wildly acceptable, and we want to make sure that vegans know what they're having, and it's very clear that there's not any kind of hidden nasties within the ingredients. So yeah, our filtering, our brewing, and our infusing is very secret to us.
And you talked about you wanted to do further product development. Are you, given that you're brewing, it's sort of tea, are you intending to stay in the sort of dark spirit type avenue, or will you look at white spirit? I'm aware that there's a lot of non-alcoholic gins out there, particularly by some of the very large internationals. So are you going to stay with dark, or are you going to go broader than that?
So we want to be very clear on what our brand identity is. I want people to be able to look at Talonmore and go, I know exactly what that tastes like. Very much like a Coca-Cola or an Iron Brew. So for us, our flagship product will always be our 70 centilitre foundational spirit. Our new products are going to utilize that spirit and the success that we've found from that taste and the engagement that we've had from our customers. So we'll be creating RTD cans. We recently had a very successful collaboration and campaign with Antioxi, which is a mushroom supplement company. And from that success, from the influencer success and consumer feedback, Antioxi have asked us if we could create a ready-to-drink cocktail in a can using their mushroom supplements. So we're going to call it, and it's the world's first cognitive cocktail. So not only does it help you reduce your alcohol intake and live a healthier lifestyle, you can also get the cognitive benefits from these mushrooms. And we're going to call it the Talonmore Roar.
And final question for me. So your business model is going to be, you're effectively going to be an ideas house, in that you're going to be new products and brands, and you're going to outsource everything else? Is that the way you see it going?
For the most part, I think it's important for us to use, our production partners are incredibly helpful to work with, and they help us find the efficiencies to help us produce as best as possible. So we will continue to outsource that until we hit, the capacities that we have are 20,000 litres a month with our new production setup. So that makes sense for us to continue using them. What we will bring in-house is the campaign creation, the sales team, the new product development, making sure that, as you say, all the ideas are coming from us. That's what we love to do as a team, sit down, brainstorm, come up with new ideas.
Thank you, Lewis. Ben?
I guess the first question for me is looking at the production scale. If I understand you're using a production partner, in the assumption that you're wildly successful and Tesco and Sainsbury's decide that they want to take a huge volume from you, what's the barrier for you scaling? Is it pretty much infinite, or is there a real challenge there when you want to very rapidly scale because somehow your product has got that bit of traction?
Yeah, and that's a problem that we're coming up with solutions for right now. The traction is there, the demand's there. We've spent the last few years working on Talonmore to create a very solid foundation, working on the distribution, the retail opportunities, the production, and we feel like we are at that stage. The one thing holding us back right now is the funding for the production, is making sure that if we got that big order in, we're able to fulfill it. We've recently been taken on by Harvey Nichols nationwide. We've got, with our production partners, entry to retail, into supermarkets, as well as scaling online. Our high conversion rate on Amazon gives us a lot more room to really scale that. And the only thing that's holding us back is this kind of funding to produce and scale in that department.
And in your application form, you mentioned a company called Food Buzz. I wonder if you can just explain the relationship there, whether there's any residual intellectual property or revenue share or anything like that.
No, it was paid up front for the recipe development, and then 100% of the IP was transferred to us. So we retain everything.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Lewis. I would say having a third-year student son at the university and knowing the desire which way to lean, I have to commend you for creating a non-alcoholic drink. You must have had a responsible wave suddenly. Well, so can you discuss with us your customer profile? Because obviously you've had that spark to say, I should create a non-alcoholic drink, but what is the customer profile that you are targeting, and who do you think will be drinking the product that you're developing?
Yeah, so we split our audiences really into two categories. One is our on-trade audience and one's our online audience, or kind of direct from us. The direct is usually a slightly older audience. It's full-size bottles. We're a luxury goods, so there's an entry to that. There's a price entry to that market. We find that anywhere from kind of 30 and onwards, people love buying the full-size bottles and drinking at home. That then separates into the on-trade market, which we see a much younger audience drinking. For instance, 18 to 24s are really driving the market right now, which is interesting because when we first launched, we didn't see that happening. It was still an older audience drinking non-alcoholic cocktails in bars. So bringing in that new younger audience, working very closely with the more university and student brand ambassadors that we have on board the team, is making sure that we can work closely with them to create great cocktails in bars. So it kind of switches, and in terms of even closer demographics, we see slightly more women drinking Talonmore than men, which is interesting as we kind of designed the brand to make sure that no one felt excluded in ordering Talonmore. But we just keep learning. What we have just seen, to give you a great stat, is Cantor just released a study saying that the non-alcoholic sales in on-trade have doubled in the past year and have now actually exceeded by 1% non-alcoholic beer sales. So we're really seeing that on-trade market being a much bigger and growing market.
So it's interesting you sort of say what I would have expected, that more women are drinking this than the men, even in the younger demographic. So what's your strategy? How are you planning to place your brand in that particular demographics? And can you explain to us a little bit more about your own team, whether it's the management team or board's gender diversity and other diversity plans?
Yeah, for sure. So we are targeting, I mean, it really comes back to the RTD can that we're launching. That's in terms of that demographic with females, RTDs are really growing. So we're making sure that we can supply that to the right retailers and the right distributors to make sure that everyone can order our RTD can, making sure that that fulfills that new demographic. In terms of our breakdown of the team, we have our directors team, which is myself and both my parents, so my mum and my dad are part of the decision-making team, which is a fantastic place to brainstorm, learn from their experience in business and work in general. We've expanded the team to employ our first sales manager as well, so Jack Rogan is now heading up our sales. He's in on-trade, on the ground, doing the sampling and getting fantastic conversion rates. And we also have Tim on board the team who manages our press and communications.
Thank you.
Lewis, thank you for that, and congratulations for being a family business as well. I know that brings other opportunities and challenges. I was really keen to hear about supply chain. So lots of the ingredients you talk about are not grown near here. And I wondered how much of that you leave to your production partners, how much of that you take in-house, but more importantly, how do you make sure that you have a good supply at a reasonable cost to meet the demand?
Yeah, so for security and risk aversion, we manage everything in-house in terms of our suppliers. Those relationships are with us, not our production partners. We've been working very closely with them for the past few years and have managed to bring costs down, especially with the economies of scale that we're able to buy more in bulk, spend less money, and retain at our warehouse, so we make sure that we always have enough stock for the future production rounds. This is even clearer with our glass production. There was a small issue with glass about 18 months ago, and from this learning, we've now bought more glass in bulk that we're able to store ourselves. So there is a small upfront cost, but now that we've made that upfront cost, we're now just kind of producing one after the other. So that makes sure that we reduce our risk. And finally, we use a software called Oply, which makes sure that we can manage all of our suppliers, make sure that we're getting the best price, and also put it out for tender as well to see if we can keep beating our prices for every production round.
Perfect. So Lewis, that takes investment though, doesn't holding the stock and buying in advance? How have you funded that upfront?
We've gone through 3 rounds of investment so far. So we have our shareholders, including Mark's one of our shareholders as well. So that's helped us make those purchases, keep that risk low, and make sure that production's always been something that we're able to do. Now that we're starting to scale and we've got the higher demand, we're looking for more money to then really ramp up that production and keep our risk as low as possible.
Fund the working capital as well. Lewis,
exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Cheers.
So it's time for another video. This is a winner from back in round 9, which I suspect was probably 6 years ago, maybe 7 years ago. Back in round 9, this company won an award for their sustainable coffee. So let's watch a video all about Dear Green.
Hi, I'm Lisa Lawson. I'm the founder of Dear Green Coffee Roasters. We're a coffee roasting business based in Glasgow in Scotland. We roast exclusively specialty grade coffee and supply online and to hospitality businesses. My business idea was inspired by my time working in Australia where I worked for a coffee company. It was the year 2000. It was a new startup business that I worked for and I fell in love with coffee then, and when I came back to Scotland I wanted to start roasting coffee for myself because nobody else was doing it to the standard that I'd learned in Australia. Sustainability is so important to me, but I hadn't realised how much until it became a mainstream conversation. The business of Dear Green has always been sustainable. We've always been in tune with environmental issues, with ethics around every action within our business practices. More recently, we've realised how sustainable we are compared to other businesses, and we're glad that we had this as part of our DNA of our company from day one. We're very lucky to have lots of loyal customers. We were the first to market for specialty grade coffee locally, and over time we've built up a brand, we've built up customer loyalty, we focus on excellent customer service and producing an excellent product ethically, and we'd like to think that's why customers come back to us again and again. I applied for Scottish Edge round 9 in 2015, honestly, because we had no money. I had to put myself out of my comfort zone and create a pitch, and I was so lucky to get to the final round and to win funding. Dear Green has progressed rapidly since winning the Edge Awards. We've continued to increase our sales year on year. We've increased the amount of team members that we have and our reach of customers. We also invested in digital marketing as a result of the support from the Edge, and we've had an incredible business network that we would never have had before, which has been invaluable during the pandemic.
See, it's worth winning. It's not all about the money, but the network you get, the help, the advice, all of that kind of thing. Now, I'm about to introduce our 4th finalist onto stage, but made a decision. After this pitch, it's a coffee break. See the link there, by the way, Dear Green Coffee. We're going to have a break. It's a 30-minute break. You all need to be back in here at 11:45. However, it was my birthday yesterday. Thanks. Oh dear, active participants. It's my birthday yesterday, so I'm feeling very, very old, and I keep walking up and down these steps here. So rather than after the next pitch, me coming up and just saying, go out and have a break, at the end of the pitch, go out and have a break. Okay? It just makes everyone's life a load easier. You don't have to listen to me, I don't have to walk up the steps. Everyone happy with that? Okay, good. But be back in here at 11:45, otherwise, I don't know, something bad will happen to you. When you're out in the break, take the opportunity, by the way, to speak to our partners that are out there. You'll spot them. They're the people looking kind of nervous and happy to see you, and they're standing next to big signs. But do take the opportunity to go and speak to some of our partners, because we can't run this kind of thing without our partners, and there's loads of them out there. So go make their day worthwhile by having a little chat with them. So, finalist number 4, bang on time as well. Are you judges all ready? Judges ready! Excellent. This business specialises in fermenting a range of food and drink to promote better gut health. It's very important for particularly the older people in the room. So to hear more about that, please welcome Katerina Hayes from Naked Kimchi.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. I'm going to start the pitch, and my team, Graham and Olga, will join me on Q&A. Are you listening to your gut? Anyone? 3 billion spent on IBS and gut-related treatments yearly. Yet 87% of hospitality venues struggle to find free from quality fermented food supplier to cater for growing demand to health-conscious consumers. Naked Kimchi & Co. free from lacto fermentation food producer based in Glasgow. We supply delicious gut health food to hospitality sector. We cultivate farm-to-fork approach and promote health lifestyle by providing access to nutritious and delicious gut-friendly food. Naked Kimchi, we pride ourselves on local partnership, short supply chain, and commitment to social impact. Our products taste amazing, from authentic family recipes to innovative fusion creation. We here to disrupt the market towards the healthier, sustainable future for all. My name is Katerina, CEO, Naked Kimchi & Co. Me and Olga, we grew up eating cabbages. And fermentation is rooted into our well-being since we grew up. It's deeply rooted in our cultural heritage and key to our nation's food security. When I moved to Glasgow, I missed my kimchi and sauerkrauts from Ukraine. I was frustrated by the lack of high-quality fermented food. And Naked Kimchi was born by merging our passion for low waste and social impact. We provide living wage for refugees and employment for refugees. We have amazing opportunity right now. Market size in UK is 5.7 billion and 600 million in Scotland. We have tracking record by working with the hospitality sector for the past 2 years. From the tiny kitchen in 2 years to 150 square meters production facility in Dalmarnock. For past 2 years, we bootstrapped our business and produced over 8 tons of our signature high quality vegan gluten-free kimchi to hospitality sector. Like Bread Miss Bread, Mikaku Glasgow, Strathclyde University, Strathclyde University, among the others, with a turnover 42K last year and 88% year-to-year growth. We charge per 1 kilo of product of supplied and demand for the free from lacto fermented food is growing. We achieved product to market fit based on the feedback from our clients. And even Brewdog said that our kimchi is incredible. Our team consists of myself. I have 17 years of experience in oil and gas engineering, business development and sales. Olga, who have wide, like almost 25 years experience in finance sector from the wide range industry. And we are so good that even our client from the Strathclyde University, Graham, who joined, he loved that our products, so he joined our company, and he have 23 years experience in the food operation and corporate management. We're here to asking you to join our journey by investing 100,000 that will help us to accelerate our growth and make our product accessible to everyone, to contribute to the food security in Scotland. We use that investment to buy essential equipment that is required for our continuous growth and also help to fulfill the demand of existing customers, but also we have the pipeline of the customers like Brewdog, 70 plus venues across the UK, have bread food wholesaler, and we have other like independent Grit and Grace chains and etc. So I would like you to join us, our mission towards the healthier future of Scotland, make it accessible, gut health delights to everyone, and make a difference by growing our companies and keep employing refugees to give them future and stability in Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katrina. I'd like to start with a question around sales, but if you guys want to come up as well, that's
Yeah,
great.
thank you so much. Thank you.
If you think about your sales process from end to end, can you describe how a customer discovers your product, how you engage with them, and who in your team does what along the way, please?
Yes, myself, I'm CEO, visionary, and mostly business development role in the company. We basically, at the beginning, when we start to work with the B2B sector, it happened by changing model from B2C, because a lot of our competitors are concentrating on the consumable market.
Let me interrupt you. It would be great just to hear of a customer, how they discover your product, be that a B2B or a B2C, I don't mind, and then who engages from your team at each step.
Yes. They discover either word of the mouth, because our product is so good, and this is what we've been having. A customer would approach us by finding us through the other businesses. Also through websites, we have email marketing that we constantly approaching our customers. We engage by first calling, sending sample, and then following up. I do that all the process, and I have assistant Shanice who helped me with that as well. And then we have industry exhibitions that we would like to be more involved with. So we kind of had organic growth so far because we've been bootstrapping, so we had limited resources. So now is the next step where we have to really concentrate on attending more markets in terms of the industrial exhibitions and trade shows. And so I'm dealing with the sales. Also, we have Graham who just joined us, and he brings the vast network of food suppliers and food. Sorry.
Hi. So just I'll recount a little bit of my experience with Katerina and how I got to know her product. Katerina came in, very old school, dropped off some samples. The product was fantastic. I took it on straight away. And since then, obviously, we've had some word of mouth growing. Since joining the company, we've got a current leads we're developing at the moment with Bidfood. They came, collected samples from us this week. They're putting that in front of their development chefs and Scottish procurement team over the next 10 days. And we've also got further leads with Grain and Grind, which is a large independent coffee company with 7 outlets across Scotland that we're pitching to this week as well, coming Wednesday. So we've had the advantage of organic growth and network connection as well. And our next step is industry trade shows like Scott Hot, which is coming up in 2025, and other supplier-led trade shows. And through the Brewdog connection as well, there's a route to market with Breaks as well. So two of the largest national suppliers in the UK who are both looking at the product at the moment.
And then just a follow-on question, if all this pans out as you anticipate, can you scale production and maintain quality with the infrastructure you're building through the Scottish Edge funding?
Yes, so scalability at the moment is focused obviously on the machinery to prep vegetation, but on the vegetables, sorry, but on the other side of that is the ability to upscale fermentation and refrigeration. So at the moment we have the capacity to ferment 960 kilos a week and refrigerate 150 kilos a week. Now that's not, the refrigeration issue, restriction isn't so much of an issue for us right now because we go straight from ferment to delivery. So as soon as it reaches its maturity, it can go out the door with a 3-week lead time to allow us to mature the ferment properly. We are currently in the process of securing new premises, which will allow us better use of the floor plan that we have at the moment. So we're restricted by our premises just now, but like I say, we have secured a second premises that the Edge funding will contribute to. That premises will allow us to custom the floor plan to give us more refrigeration, more fermentation space within actually a smaller footprint. And
I'll tell you what, I'm delighted with the answer. Let me pass on to Poonam.
No worries.
Thank you. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you so much.
And
Thank
I
you.
think I would first like to congratulate you all here for reaching the finals and first female presenter of the day. So well done on that. And basically being a vegetarian, again, the product, I love it, and well done on that account. The question that I'm thinking for you is, you've done well, 70 restaurants you've reached. What was the route? How did you manage to reach those restaurants? And is it word of mouth, or is it dropping off the samples?
It was word of the mouth, and also just being in the right place in the right time, which is important for the networking. And we've been tapped into the communities like Startup Grind, Royal Bank of Scotland Accelerator, Strathclyde University. Of course, through the different business programs, I promote my product, but I have amazing supporting system across, which is also all my supporters, all my clients have been also my ambassadors. And we as Naked Kimchi & Co. with a growing team, so like we love our product, and our clients love our product, and they recommend to others. But it's not enough. Of course, we need to have the structure in place to achieve more. By investing in marketing and have a solid presence in terms of the different channels as well. Thank you.
You spotted a gap in the market and launched a product which has been successful. The question is, how are you going to remain ahead of that and protect what you have? Because knockoffs will flood the market very soon once something is successful. What's your strategy and how are you protected?
Yes, absolutely. We can't protect, because kimchi is, you have 200 recipes of kimchi, even more. You can ferment basically everything. It's most important about brand, about our mission, and this is how we stay with our clients. They can go and I know for fact, I've tried so many kimchis, we have this specific niche free from. We have our traditional recipe, authentic recipe, that is our recipe. No one can copy it in terms of the ratios. We can't IP protect it, unfortunately, because it's food. But it's growing to actually, but it's exactly say what it's on the tin, basically, on the jar. And we live up to our values, and this is what will make us different. And of course, it's scaling up to additional products.
Great. I think that's our time up on all our questions. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Enjoy your break, everybody.
underground alive.
Welcome back, everybody. Do you all have a successful coffee break? Oh, good. The level of excitement in this room is palpable, isn't it? Judges, how are you? All good? Listen, everybody, don't forget about these Twitter competitions, X, formerly known as Twitter competitions. It's very important. Someone's going to win some wireless headphones. And, by the way, there's a second prize, a £20 Amazon voucher. There you go. With which you could buy some wireless headphones, you know? So it's a bit of a double bubble. There's also the favourite judge competition. Favourite judge competition is a bit of a slow start this year. In the lead at the minute is Ben. And that's only because I like him, because he's the same height as me, which I don't think is actually strictly judging criteria. How do you feel, Ben, about being the same size as the host? Yeah. You having a nice day? It's your first time doing this, isn't it? It is? Yeah, okay. Impressed at the level of pictures up to now? I am, very much so. Good, excellent. Praise indeed. So let's see if we can carry it on. For now, we have our 5th finalist. This finalist works in collaboration with pharmaceutical research and development to design, research and refine target-led delivery solutions for gene therapy treatments. To hear about it, please welcome Fergus McWhinney from Targo Pep.
Afternoon. Today, pharmaceutical research is bringing forth a new wave of gene-based medicines, which actually can resolve nearly any disease state. But there's a problem. The poor delivery that's attached with these therapeutics is problematic, and it means that the end results when we get into humans is really disappointing. If we're actually going to advance these life-changing cures, we need new ways of getting therapies to their target sites at doses and concentrations that matter. Targo Pep, a future spin-out from the University of Strathclyde, has got a peptide-based platform which safely delivers optimal amounts of these new medicines to specific tissues and cells in a safe manner. It does this by utilizing a tunable IP-protected platform that actually enables you to encode a customer's design principles into the delivery system itself, creating a bespoke delivery system for access into the cellular space. Outside of the lab, Targo Pep is engaged with a wide variety of leaders in the gene therapy space, with over 40 research and development ventures, many of whom are actively needing solutions now, today, yesterday even. Our specialist research partnering is the way we're going to produce for our business. It allows us to engage wider with the field, actually provide the bespoke solutions that are needed now, and actually minimize the risk for clients, making that really complicated move from the bench to the clinic. The current lack of the support for advanced delivery is actively holding back this multi-million-pound field of gene therapy, and it's that validated gap that Targo Pep is looking to move into and capitalize on. Targo Pep has put together an active brand, is building name recognition, and continues to release updates on its scientific advances. Ensuring this customer confidence and demonstrating the flexibility in both the technology and in the partnering opportunity is going to be key in actually advancing Targo Pep to a real commercial reality. We've demonstrated wide application of the platform, which actually enables us to help customers at any part of their therapeutic journey, from initial inception to late-stage development. We're currently progressing the science with research grants from the BBSSC and EPSSC, and we're active in the Scottish investment ecosystem as we look to start a seed round for investment to allow Targo Pep to spin out and act independently. Support from Scottish Edge would enable Targo Pep to push forward with the initial positive outcomes we've had with interactions with clients and produce a portfolio of successful outputs to bring in the most problematic customer number 1. Ultimately, Targo Pep aims to change the face of gene therapies for the betterment of patients in need of cures and to enable the next revolution in bespoke, personalized medicines. Thank you.
Well done, Fergus. Good pitch and even better motivation to bring the health improvement. You're suggesting peptide-based delivery to different parts of the body, different tissues, different cell types, and so assume that it's a platform technology that you are looking at. Can you share with us what would be the focus that you would be going for first? Any particular disease model, and why, and how?
So the way we are going to be acting as effective as a contract research organization, we are being driven by the needs of the customers who are working on gene therapies. There are quite a number of customers who and companies out there who try to make gene therapies against a specific target. So they will try and pick Parkinson's and they will try and work on something against that. The problem is that they don't have, if you look at stuff like a GSK or a Pfizer, it turns out there is no department in these even massive pharma companies that are specifically looking at advanced delivery. It's essentially people going out and looking to in-license material into these even very large pharma companies to try and enable delivery of the therapeutics that they are working on, their specific modalities. Because the platform is a technology and we can actually build it up in different ways, we can make these bespoke solutions, because the thing that's come about most recently is that when you create one therapy and then you change the therapy a bit, you actually need a new delivery system. There is not a boilerplate technology that works for these things, because the things you change each time affect the delivery aspect of everything. So Targo Pep in itself is not going to have a disease speciality of itself, and because that would take us down to kind of too much of a therapeutics company. We're a problem solver, not a therapeutics company. If you want me to elaborate on the reason of that, I would say it's balancing risk versus revenue. Massive amount of risk if you want to try and take on a therapeutic. A lot of revenue at the end of it works, but not so much if it doesn't. So it's really about having a model that balances those two configurations.
Great, thank you. It's understandable that the pharma may not want to spend money in that direction, which is why you are picking up. So there are lots of CROs out there. Why Targo Pep? And how do you think that you have edge over the others which are existing or might be emerging?
So with some of the contract research organizations that exist at the moment, none of them appear to be in tackling delivery specifically. That is not their only job, what they're doing. So they will design and do aspects of things, but they are not specialized in doing that one task. So that gives us at least an in to be able to show our specialization and our positive outcomes through that. The other positive aspect is that we have two pieces of really defendable IP that we rely on, which is both an attachment to genetic materials, which is actually an incredibly difficult thing to do without damaging the genetic material that you're trying to deliver, which is a bit unhelpful. So we can do that in a very non-damaging way. And also the actual delivery vector, the thing that does the active part of taking the therapy to the site of action, is also protected under IP and is fairly specific in the way that it works.
Thank you. I have lots of questions. I'll hand over to Kevin now.
Thanks, Poonam. So Fergus, I'm really interested in, you've talked to us about who those customers might be.
Yes.
Really interested to hear about how you get that route to market. How are you actually going to get in to win that first customer?
So we've went through a massive customer, I say massive, we went through a relatively big customer discovery effort. So we've got 40, 50 contacts within the gene therapy space that know of us, and we've got a website. We try to drum up things. We go around and presenting research. The other useful thing that we can do is that we're also starting to publish now as well, because of our IP protection. So that's other things that we can hang on saying, you see this technology, you're also having this problem, this is how we can fix it. And really that's about how we can sort of actually appeal to an end customer, because that is the do or die for any CRO, is making sure that people know you exist and that the solution is out there, you just need to ask.
And of those contacts, are they worldwide or are they mostly in the UK?
We've had several, they are generally worldwide. We've focused mainly on UK-based science, but we've had contacts with companies in America as well that are working on gene therapies. Those were relatively smaller biotechs who actually really do need the help. They've not got the people in-house that can do this stuff. They need people to come in, pay them a specific amount, and then solve the problem for them at that point, rather than trying to develop an in-house technology, which is then millions of outlay for them internally. So really, it's a positive model from someone who needs a solution solved if they can get someone else to do it.
Okay, thank you. Shonak.
Thank you. So you've got your basic platform,
Yep.
and customer one comes along and they come up with their bespoke solution. Will that result in changes to the underlying platform, in the sense of you could find that in developing the bespoke solution that there is a generic function that you want to add to the platform?
Yep.
How will you deal with that, given Big Pharma has paid for something that they think is bespoke and unique to them?
It will always be a negotiation to work out who owns the IP of anything that's generated during a project with a pharma company. We have a fairly wide range that we cover within our current IP that we can still defend as ours. If something new was developed, we would of course have to have that outlined within any agreement that we entered into with a pharma, a mid-range SME or whatever. So I do appreciate that we'd end up in some amount of legal wrangling if we found the absolute best thing in the universe during a project that was going on with that. But the positive aspect that we can see is that if that ended up working, okay, there's an initial fee for service working as a CRO. It would also be looking at royalties in 5 years' time if a drug made it to market. And then you could look at, I mean, everybody always says this in this field, but they say, look at LifeArc with humanizing antibodies, with the fact that a 5% royalty on everything sold on Keytruda, which is the most selling drug, is like, oh my, that's real walking about money. So there's options for that, but you might need to let go of little pieces of IP that maybe come about during projects.
And sticking with the IP, 2 patents at the moment.
Yes.
University of Strathclyde.
Yep.
The great thing about patents is that they protect you, but they also increase your competitors' general knowledge.
Exactly.
Because they're published. Big Pharma has deep pockets. They might not be looking at advanced delivery at the moment. How will you make sure that you're always ahead of the curve?
It's a very good question, actually. For an initial model for a CRO, I would say that people knowing about the solution and knowing about the technology can do nothing but help you. So publishing on these things, getting the word out there, and showing these things is actually working is the thing that will help you bring in initial customers to work with to get them to deliver their specific gene materials. The most probability is that when you have went through several rounds of these projects, that we will build up at least a certain amount of in-house knowledge of how we utilize these in the best way possible, and that then gives us a certain amount of know-how off the back of that. The real positive outcome, well, not the positive outcome, but a very real outcome for most biotechs is to be bought out within 10 years. So in reality, that's also a bit of an out, but I don't want to say that because you could always say that this could keep on going forever and ever, but there is a reality to that as well.
Thank you very much, Fergus. Ben.
So you mentioned customer number 1.
Yep.
I'd like to, I appreciate early stage, but can you tell us who your best candidate is so far? What would be the realistic timeline for that actually crystallizing? What would that deal look like in terms of size, and how would it be phased? What would you have to deliver?
Yeah. From all of our discussions, the most probable outcome would be a medium to small SME that's working in biotech that is branching into gene therapies.
So you don't have to name them if it's confidential. But
I was trying to skirt around a knot if that was possible. But essentially, it would be sort of we're not talking a GSK. We're talking someone who has still limited resources and is needing to essentially bring in somebody to firefight. And those are the most positive outcomes that we've had so far from that. To actually get the deal in place, I can easily foresee that taking 6 months to get the deal set and sorted. An initial pilot project, we predict, or we've costed out at being a 6-month initial project for the first deliverable. So essentially the phase 1 of their bespoke solution to their gene therapy.
And the value of that?
Sorry?
And the value of that?
In monetary terms, I would say that we would probably not be looking to make the most amount on it to begin with. as the point would be that the first customer needs to prove the technology and prove that this will work. And it's the whole thing of whether you put the cart before the horse on that one. So whether, if you ask for a couple of million for it, then the problem is that does anyone take you up on it? But if you run it at cost, then you might actually be able to get customer number one, which always will lead to customer number two in this sort of space. And it might even be the same customer. Because the point of follow-on projects from these sorts of things to refine in or refine out new things that they've decided that they want to see or do within their technology is something very real that we can do with this kind of Lego brick system, effectively.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Now we're getting some X, formerly known as Twitter, entries. I'll give this man a plug, actually, because some of you may know David Petherick. He was sitting down there in his lovely white coat. You washed that this year? David has been a supporter of Edge for, well, ages. 7 or 8 years, probably? 2017. I'm not going to do the maths on that. Is that 7 or 8? 7 years, there you go, I was right. David has said, it's not funny, this, by the way. It's just a tweet from an X, formerly known as a tweet from David. He has said that follow at Petherick and repost by 15:30 BST. Why did you have to specify BST?
Twitter gets international audience.
Oh, well, fair enough. Fair enough. Specifically, 15:30 BST and win a remote #LinkedIn profile X-ray worth £159, ladies and gentlemen. And he's put the details on there. So find David's tweet, follow him, retweet it, and how are you going to choose the winner?
I'm going to randomise it. I've got a little app to do that.
Have you? It's very clever, isn't he? We've also got one here. Who's K. Martin 1990? Oh, hello. Host, Matthew, by the way, nice to meet you.
Good to remember you.
Yeah. Oh, fucking thanks. Sorry, is this live stream? Did I just swear on live stream? I'll do it again, don't worry. Did I? Brilliant, never mind. Host should pitch a new startup called Roast Greg. Which I don't think is a bad idea, actually. But it leads me on, so thank you for that. Can't remember your name. It leads me nicely on. We are going to have another video, but sadly, this video is not made by Create Greg. This video is made by one of the other Edge partners in video production, Dangerous Studio. Dangerous Studio, they are a wonderful people based down in Leith. They're great at video production, marketing, all that kind of stuff. I think Create Greg and Dangerous Studio should get together, because then you would have Create Dangerous Greg. And what could be better than that? This video is about an Edge winner that was awarded £80,000 in round 22, so last year, probably. £80,000 with the Zero Waste Scotland Circular Economy Award. So let's hear all about Gloria.
My name is Jessica Watson. I'm one of the co-founders of Gloria.
My name is Isla and I'm one of the co-founders of Gloria.
And we manufacture and sell intimate care products for menopausal women. And we also provide educational resources through our social media channels and blogs.
The idea of Gloria came from one of our friends going through early menopause at the age of 25. Just from watching her experience, it really resonated with us and how little we know about menopause.
And we quickly realised that everything on the market was quite dated, medically branded and full of chemicals, and it wasn't the luxe skincare beauty products that we were used to. So we basically just set out to make our own, and we want our products to look like anything else that you'd have on your dresser, not to be hidden in a drawer.
It is so important for Gloria to educate our customers and the general public, because you can't necessarily understand what a person is going through without actually having the proper education in the first place.
We've had really good feedback from customers, but a lot of the emphasis is how our products make them feel. So the existing products make them feel like they have a medical condition and they should be ashamed of it and hide it in a drawer, whereas our products allow them to still feel womanly or luxurious, and it's not something that they're embarrassed by. And you know, we've gone around to loads of people's houses, like friends and family, and they've got their Gloria like sitting out in the bathroom loud and proud, and that makes us proud back. So the circular part of Gloria is really important to us because we feel personally as consumers and parts of the general public that a lot of emphasis and responsibility is put on the public. So things like recycling, we know that like 7% of all household waste actually gets recycled, so reuse always wins over recycle. So when we were thinking about our glass bottles, we initially thought that was enough, and then we looked into it further and we realised that common pipettes and pumps actually can't be recycled in household waste. So we kind of went back to the drawing board, spent months trying to find a circular pump which just doesn't exist, and then we've actually partnered with a company in Glasgow who take back pipettes and pumps, sterilise them and put them back into your production cycle. That's really important for us, and we kind of want to build that in, putting those practices in place so that as we scale and grow, they're part of the foundations of the company.
We applied for Scottish Edge at a time where we really did need that injection of cash in order to scale.
So since winning the Zero Waste Scotland Award, we've been able to get our next product to market. So that's all now in production, and we've been able to kind of bulk manufacture that and put it through all of its necessary regulatory testing.
Gave us the credibility of being a sustainable business within this highly competitive space.
We've also had the ability to hire a freelancer, so she's kind of supporting us with a social strategy and a launch campaign, and it's also just given us a bit of a confidence boost that when we do go into these retail conversations and sales outreach, that we've actually got the stock behind us to be able to follow through on orders.
Wonderful. Zero Waste Scotland Circular Economy Award, obviously being one of the categories of award that goes through Edge. So you've got young Edge and all those kind of things, and it's great to see winners from quite recently doing so well. Now, on to our next finalist. Put your hands up if you feel comfortable doing that. By the way, if you've got tattoos. Oh, quite a few. Excellent. Was that two, or just two? Oh, excellent. Boasting. Didn't ask that, did I? Like that. Two, mate. Put your hands up again if you feel comfortable. If you're a vegan. Ooh. Keep your hand up. If you're both a vegan and you've got tattoos. Excellent. So he's got 2 tattoos and V for vegan. Excellent. In that case, the next finalist is for you. Now, you weren't expecting me to say that. This is a business that has produced a vegan skincare ointment that protects tattoos. To hear more about it, let's hear from Fiona Ritchie from Ink Balm.
Is it this one? Yes, that's us. Right, once again, thank you for having me. Can you put your hands up one more time if you have a tattoo? And now keep them up. Is there anybody else who doesn't have their hand up that knows somebody who does have a tattoo? Could you put your hand up? Excellent, okay. Great, great, lovely. Did anybody not put their hand up for either? Fantastic. I was about to say, if you've got skin, you can also use this product. So that, again, it actually has increased my customer base from that too, okay? Thank you. So tattoos are no longer just for bikers and sailors. Over 40% of millennials and over 30% of Gen Z now are rocking at least one tattoo. And everybody, well, 92% of people who have one tattoo are already planning their next one. It's a slightly addictive process. So much love, money, thought, and not insignificant pain goes into your tattoo. Aftercare is often an afterthought. My name is Fiona Ritchie, and I have over 15 years of experience formulating, manufacturing, and retailing natural skincare products in Scotland. I have a guilty pleasure, which is I absolutely love gorgeous packaging. So I decided to combine the two together, and I've created the Ink Balm. And then I think I do that. Ta-da, there we go. The Ink Balm is a stick of vegan oils and butters that keep your colours bright and the lines of your tattoo really distinct. The balm is packaged in recyclable, travel-friendly cardboard tubes. I want this to be the go-to and the on-the-go product for the long-term care of your tattoo. But the Ink Balm is more than just a nourishing vegan skincare product. It's also a celebration of tattoo artistry. Our packaging showcases the incredibly diverse work of tattoo artists around the world. We offer artists the opportunity to bespoke their own tattoo balm. That means they can have a really cool way to promote their own designs, they can increase the revenue for their studios, and promote high-quality aftercare for their clients. We are a startup, but in 2023 we sold over 3,000 units and had sales of over £20,000. Our strategy is to move into two markets. Firstly, the tattoo studios. We work at the moment with 11 artists and 9 tattoo studios in the UK and overseas. But this is just scratching the surface. It's an enormous business and there is a huge amount of potential with that. The other market is the gift and beauty market. Everyone knows someone with a tattoo nowadays, which means the Ink Balm makes a perfect, beautifully natural product and a very thoughtful gift for somebody, because someone's tattoos mean a lot to them. So the fact that you're acknowledging that in a gift is a nice thing. We have 20 retailers on board at the moment. We have the Superdrug website and also the National Galleries of Scotland. The industry feedback has been immensely positive this year. We've actually earned a finalist spot in the Gift of the Year competition, and the results are next week, so I'll have to brush my hair twice in a week. Our aim is to have the Ink Balm readily available in high street retailers, in gift shops, and also having the bespoke offering in tattoo studios. If we're successful in the EDGE competition, we want to use some of the funding to build up our manufacturing staff in our soap kitchen in Alloa. We're also looking for EDGE support to maximise the opportunities that we have to market the Ink Balm. We want to celebrate these amazing artists, and we want to send high-quality tattoo aftercare out into the world from Scotland. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Fiona.
Thank you.
My first question was going to be, do you have any tattoos?
Well, now that's the question. I could, couldn't I? I could. However, if I am successful, the EDGE logo is quite cute, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Don't hold me to that.
Very, very good answer.
I will if you will.
I'll leave that hashtag for someone else.
Yes, thank you.
For that. So I'm really interested in your route to market.
Yeah.
You know, from what you were telling us before, going direct to consumers on your website seems to be quite an attractive point of view from a market point, from a margin point of view.
Yeah.
So talk to us about how you manage the mix of margin across those different routes to market.
Yeah, well, my background is in the giftware environment. I've had a range of natural skincare products in the Scottish giftware market for about sort of 16 or 17 years. So I tend to always work on the basis of selling to trade. So I kind of create the products and the margins to look at trade. So when I can sell through the website direct to the public, that's like a super duper bonus. And also direct to consumer at events, for example, like Country Living Christmas Fair, and you know, when you are actually meeting the public, the margins are great. That one. The thing with the website too, it's not going to be our biggest revenue stream, but it is very much the shop window for the brand, and all the additions of the labels will always be available on the website, so there will always be a reason for somebody to come to our website if they have a specific design that they like.
So just tease out for us then.
Sorry.
Why why the tattoo artist rather than direct to the consumer?
Because the tattoo artists will sell the product for us. If somebody, for the people who have tattoos, if your artist recommends you to use a certain product, you use that product absolutely religiously. So they will then sell that product. And often tattoo artists say to their clients, off you go home now, give it a wee wash and get yourself a wee, a pot of coconut oil from Tesco. Whereas if the tattoo studio can say, take home this stick, use this will help with the healing and with the long-term care of your tattoo, then it'll kind of keep that going.
Yeah.
I hope that answers your question.
It does. And one final question quickly before I pass to Shonag. And do you have any kind of revenue share, or are you just wholesaling to that tattoo artist?
No, we wholesale to the tattoo artist. Right. We offer them the option to create their own design. And if they take that design, they just commit to taking 2 cartons at wholesale. Yeah. And that just covers our costs for the printing and the creation. Right. We don't want it to be out of people's leagues. Tattoo studios are small businesses, so we want to encourage them, increasing their revenue and also, increasing their merchandise, really.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Competition.
Yes.
How are, you've said that you're going to tattoo studios and the gift market. Who do you see as your competition?
At the moment in the tattoo market, there are a number of aftercare products available. Increasingly, the aftercare products are becoming vegan, and you don't need to be a vegan to use a vegan product, because people are increasingly aware of what products we use in our skin and how your skin reacts to that. So I've completely forgotten the question.
How are you going to deal with competition?
So sorry.
No,
the competition. Yeah, just put them out of my mind. No. Ignore them. No. So I think, in the tattoo studio, there are very long established brands in tattoo studios, and there will be people that will never move from that and never change from that. However, nobody is offering the tattoo artists the opportunity to promote their work in this way. And I think as a new start, I really want to get that idea out there to people, because it really is a very different concept. Tattoo artists go and do guest spots around the world, in different studios, and they take their stick with them. And again, that helps me grow the brand as well.
Yeah. So you'd said that one of the distinguishers is that this is a vegan balm.
Yes, yeah.
And not many. What sort of product development do you envisage in terms of different types of balm or different markets that you could enter?
Well, I've made, so we did a kind of soft launch last year with the brand, and I kind of spent the year looking at where it fits best into the market and how it's being accepted in the market. One of the people that drew a huge amount of interest from was actually the travel retail business. And at the moment we're speaking to WH Smith Travel Retail. And because we felt it was just a perfect item for pickup in an airport shop. But what we're doing, and what I would like to do from the move on, is actually develop an after sun stick as well. So the formulation of that will be different. It'll have aloe vera in it. So it's the kind of cooling your skin down. If you're anything like me, it needs a little bit of love after you've been out in the sun. So the aloe vera, so that will be an evolution there. I think the range will also be continuously evolving, because it will look different all the time. Yeah.
Final question from me. I mean, you've got your 20 customers, you're on the Superdrug marketplace, which could result in tens and tens of thousands of units sale. Your current production facility, which I understand is with a sister company, what's your maximum that you could produce from there right now?
At the moment, we have certainly got potential. And one of the things I did last year was I increased the size of the soap kitchen, I call it. So we have a lot of potential to increase. And because it's not a huge product, there's not a huge range of products, it's just space. But also with the edge funding, we're looking to automate it a little bit more. But when we're saying automating, it's getting just bigger things to melt the butters in. It's not machinery really in any way. So there is definitely the potential in the first and second year to cope with the manufacturing need. in the premises we're in. Thank you very much.
In your application form, you talked about the kind of potential for global growth and really scaling that way.
Yes.
What's the regulatory environment around skincare products as you go out into Europe and the US, and how do you anticipate dealing with that, I guess?
Yeah, well, I've dealt with that with regards to the UK skincare market for a number of years. Obviously, all skincare products need to be assessed and certified by cosmetic chemists. There are slight differences between different sort of foreign, overseas territories and overseas countries. It's very much to do with labelling. As long as the labelling is done effectively, then that would work. I think I'm not looking to take on the world until probably year 3, but I would hope to maybe be able to get some support and some advice from perhaps, you know, Scottish Enterprise and looking at sort of exporting. But it's each country is slightly different, but I'm kind of aware of those issues. It's not a huge change that would be to be made, and because it's a natural product, you know, there isn't a lot to have an issue with. So thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. I suppose it's a product business that you're working towards, which always is cost intensive at the front line. So, and then in your application, we see that you haven't made an ask for the full requirement that you could have. Can you just elaborate on that and your business requirements and why so?
I've never asked for investment before, so I didn't want to over ask, although I must say, I did say to someone earlier, oh, I should have applied for more. But I think it can always be used, but I wanted to be realistic about our growth. I need to build a little team that, you know, to be able to afford to build a little team who can manufacture the products and help get this brand out into the world in the first year or so. So I really... yeah, that's what the figures were based on for my ask.
If you could get more, what would you use it for?
After today, a holiday. No, I'm kidding. Sorry. I didn't say that, Kevin, at all, really, I didn't. No, I think what we would do is very much look at social media. We haven't made any inroads yet on TikTok, for example, and we want to build our user-generated content through social media, because as you know, when you get a product that you love, you go on and you do that. We've had a couple of ladies in that she's kind of my age, and she's tattooed from top to bottom, and she's done some TikTok videos, and we've had a great response to that, and that was just with products being gifted to her. So when people try the product, they love the product and they're really excited about promoting it. So I think we would probably do quite a lot of work with social media, and we haven't done any paid for social media advertising yet, so that would be something we might consider.
Thank you, Fiona.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you very much.
Well done. Sorry for stealing your line. That's all right. Excellent. Tattoos. Right. Let's do some more. Let the judges have a little think about that. We'll do some more X, formerly known as Twitter, Ing. Oh, where's Ryan Milne? Hello, mate. You all right? You're missing your little pal, are you? Yeah, of course he does, yeah. It wouldn't be the same. So Ryan's there. We're setting off. Looking forward to hearing pitches. Gutted that my gift challenger, Simon Fraser, isn't here. He'll be gutted to miss out again on that £20. Did he get the £20 Amazon voucher last year? Nick Murray's here as well. Where's Nick? Where are you, Nick? Oh, you're there? All right, mate. Right in front of me. Why did you sit there?
I was late coming in there. And this is the closest seat.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Always such an incredible, diverse showcase of the new businesses blossoming from Scotland. You're a tattooed man as well, aren't you? Yeah. Are you going to use that product?
Sure.
Sure. Sure. Don't give it free. Don't give it free. Don't give it free. Not to him, anyway. Ludo. Where's Ludo? sitting on the edge of my seat whilst waiting to hear the fabulous prize announced dramatically by Matthew Quinn. That's me. In the lead, by the way, in our Twitter competition is Jolanta. Where's Jolanta? She's around here somewhere. Hello. Do you know why you're in the lead? Yeah. Not only that, brilliant hosting by Matthew Quinn. That is what we're after. That's the level, ladies and gentlemen. It is as easy as that. So you're in the lead now. Get ready for those headphones. Wireless headphones, no less. I'm actually, to be fair, and it's around this time that I start making fun of Jack Proctor, actually. He thinks he's had me this year. I keep getting abuse from Jack, because some of you who were here this morning, mostly this morning, heard me mess up the fire escape brief, because I didn't know where the fire escape was. And Jack keeps coming up to me and going, messed up the fire escape brief, messed up the fire escape. He said, why don't you go on there and apologise for messing up the fire escape brief? And then make a joke about her, because I'm not qualified to do a fire escape brief. I know that Jack has access to my Facebook photos. And I don't even have to tell, there you go. That's me, right? And Jack is there thinking he's clever, going, thinking me going to say something. No, that's me, I got the job. This was just before we did the calendar shoot for, for next year. Look at that, retained firefighter. I'm on my breathing apparatus and fire behaviour course next week for 2 weeks. And for those of you who don't know, is there any retained firefighters in the room, apart from me, by the way? Well, we're dead, if it goes up, by the way. What they do in the breathing apparatus and fire behaviour course is they teach you how to start fires, which I think is brilliant. And then they put you into the fire room, which is exactly what you'd expect it to be. It's a room with fire in it. And then they set fire to it, and you have to sit there breathing. And I'm overly excited about this. And my wife keeps going, why do you want to do it? And I'm like, because it sounds brilliantly funny. So next week, I'm going to start a new Twitter competition. And it's just pictures of, X, formerly known as Twitter competition. It's just going to be me. Pictures of me sitting on fire. You'll still win, though. Brilliant hosting by. It's the level, ladies and gentlemen. Got someone in the lead. Right, enough of this. We're bang on time for our next finalist. This next up is somebody with 30 years in the construction industry, and they want to help the industry change by using artificial intelligence. To hear all about it, let's welcome Doug Morwood from Regenerative Futures. Good luck.
Do I use this, yeah? No, I do. Hi, I'm Doug Morwood. I'm the founder and CEO of Regenerative Futures, and we make change easier on 3 levels: an individual level, an organizational level, and an industry level, and even a system level. This is very complex, so it's quite a complex solution, but I'm going to try and take you through today. I was also part of the team that brought the business model canvas to the world, and I've supported over 1,000 businesses around the world to redesign their business models. So I've got quite a lot of experience in designing business models, and it's been really interesting in building the mechanics of how we create, deliver, and capture value into my own business. I've also helped, I've got, as Matthew said, over 30 years experience in the construction industry. I haven't been in it the whole time. I've been in and out, and largely because I've been so disappointed by its inability to change. But I'm back in just now to try and do something quite substantive. So, the built environment of the construction industry is under significant pressure to change. Climate action, diversity, lack of diversity, low productivity, figures that haven't changed for 20 odd years, and a really shocking statistic: 99.5% of big projects fail to deliver anticipated outcomes on time and on budget. I don't really want to say it, but the Scottish Parliament was 3 years over time and 978% over budget. And this happens time and time again around the world. 16,000 projects were analysed. So we built a complex solution to this complex problem. And it's a codified practice that is based on these 6 modules around mapping the industry where it is just now, assessing it. The industry, people think about the construction industry as being big players, big companies, and yet 97% of the supply chain are small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, and 93% of them are micro businesses, 0 to 9 employees. So the pressure of the change is actually coming on the smallest companies, and those with the biggest conflicting pressures now of how to pay VAT, attract talent, win work, manage risk. So we're putting a lot of pressure on the small guy. And I ran my first construction company 30 years ago and grew it to 120 people. I remember doing all these sort of things. So I've got a bit of a champion for the little person, the small company. So how do we help them be the agents for change and take them through this industry transition accelerator, which I'll explain briefly. So we onboard conveners, because our business model isn't about us going to try and sell lots of SaaS licenses to lots of small companies. We work with the clients, the framework providers, and main contractors who bring their supply chain to this process. And based on these 6 phases, mapping, assessment, academy, network, portfolio, accelerator, essentially we're helping the small guy be assessed. We provide a SaaS-based assessment that's affordable and accessible. They get an immediate report with a roadmap of how they're able to improve their business. And we're an approved training organisation with the Construction Industry Training Board, grant-funded support to improve on the areas they're weak in leadership and management and skills. And we really have a capacity and capability challenge in any industry when it comes to change. So this results in more optimum conditions for success and reduced risk, which increases confidence of people to actually commit to the change that's required within the organisation and to collaborate more effectively to create the change. We've actually secured £250,000 worth of funding to build the first industry transition accelerator here in the UK, here in Scotland. And we've secured backing from Balfour Beatty, and they're bringing 250 of their biggest suppliers, including a lot of the SMEs, to when we launch this this month. And it's supported by Built Environment Smarter Transformation, which is an innovation centre here in Scotland, CITB, Supply Chain Sustainability School, and another one I want to mention is Zero Waste Scotland. We've been working with Zero Waste Scotland for decades. And so this is resulting in significant data gathering and analysis, which is informing the AI platform that we're building. So we've got 3 initial revenue streams. One is the assessment, a SaaS-based license. It's around about £2,500 per annum, affordable at £200 a month for most companies. And we've got income coming from the leadership and management training, which is grant funded by CITB for the academy. We also have membership for the network, which is to connect multiple stakeholders around the transition for better collaboration and coordinated action. So we're running the Industry Transition Accelerator here from Scotland before expanding across the UK and internationally. We're hoping to sell 10,000 licenses by year 4, resulting in £25 million worth of revenue. And we're also able to transfer, this is agnostic of industry, we can transfer into neighbouring industries and also places. We've got a contract to deliver net zero to 50 UK local authorities this year as well. So we're combining the place and the built environment for doing retrofitting and energy. We're looking for money from Scottish Edge to help build our team. We've actually activated the market with a very small team, and we've been bootstrapping up into just now, and we've done very, very well in activating that market demand. So we need some funding to help build the team and to realise the market demand we've got already and for business operations. Change is hard but necessary. Regenerative Futures makes change easier. Join us to create a regenerative economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doug. So you've said this is a complex solution. How are you actually going to sell it? How are you going to get your 10,000 licenses in year 4?
So it's really through a convening process. We have convening bodies like Balfour Beatty who have got 6,500 of a supply chain, for example. We've got the first 250 being onboarded next week, and we expect to convert a number of them because we've worked out what's in it for them. So each of them get a personalised report of the strengths and weaknesses of their own organisation, and then that signposting to relevant support. We also then have an aggregated report that can go to other stakeholders, including Scottish Government or policymakers, central government, to business leadership at the corporate side, and also to inform capital flows so it can help redirect capital into these businesses.
So you said in your stats about the number of these businesses that are SMEs and micro businesses in the construction industry. there's an argument that training, they will only do that which is regulatory mandated. Have these companies actually got the capacity and capability themselves to use this tool?
So that's really, well, the tool isn't actually going to be used by them. Essentially what we're selling is an assessment to each of the organizations. The capacity and capability is a real challenge, and you've got firefighting, all sorts of things in the short term. And there are 375,000 PAYE and VAT registered businesses in the construction industry in the UK. 83,000 of them are in a fragile state, 5,000 about to go bust. So there's a huge amount of risk in the supply chain for the main contractors. Construction line just now is compliance audit for these companies, and you have to be on that before you can bid for work with the main contractor. It's a historical to now position. Our assessment is now to the future. What's your commitment to change, your ability, your resilience, and your future readiness? So it gives an awful lot of a clear direction for busy owners of businesses to be able to then confidently invest in the change that they're required, and we can signpost them to free and funded support to how they can then improve their business, which is, for any company that's got straightened circumstances, is a gift.
So if Balfour Beatty hadn't found you, who would they have gone to help them with their supply chain?
So there's Achilles and construction line of these kind of mandatory compliance audits, but there isn't anything like this. This is, as I said, a complex solution. So actually there's very few organizations that can provide the suite of services this is combined into. There are others like EcoVadis who do sustainability audits, and many others. We're working with all of them. The thing about this is that we include our competitors within this process, because essentially what we're trying to do is, through AI, is matching the demand with the supply that's effective and relevant for that size and position of the organization. And what we're hoping to do is move from many organizations from fragile to resilient, and then when they're in a more resilient position, they are then more capable of moving to future readiness.
And product development, how are you going to evolve the product? Because, if it's an AI platform dependent on large language models, they're evolving all the time. Are you creating your own models, or are you using third-party models?
Yes, I've become a prompt engineer from about a year ago, really looking at what generative AI can do. And we actually built our first platform on an Azure tech stack. And we did this with 5 College, Balfour Beatty, and about 100 of the supply chain, and they all completed the data and they all the assessments and sent them back in. We've actually pivoted from that to then Encompass, and we're talking to AI specialists about how that can actually become more of a generative AI platform more than a traditional tech stack that we were doing before.
Thanks, Doug. Ben?
Yeah, how dependent is the real business model on AI, right? Is it just an optimization piece, or is it absolutely crucial to get that assessment thing done?
Well, the mapping part, which I haven't really talked about, is where we're really focusing on the AI. So essentially we're privileged to get access to really significant, complex, big data, but the mapping is going to be principally around AI. Essentially, a system can only change if the nodes the parts of the system are up for changing. What are the big levers for change, the drivers for change? But there are significant barriers to change at a personal level, an individual level, an organizational level, and at a macro system level, policy, funding, regulation, that sort of thing. So we are going to map every part of this industry in Scotland with AI, and then basically from a binary position, 0 and 1, active, inactive, barrier, enabler, be able to give a mirror up to the industry and various stakeholders in the industry using that AI platform that makes it more self-evident about how then that industry can change.
So the thing I'm trying to get straight in my head is where the value is for the customer and the convener. I think you said, like Balfour Beatty has a load of suppliers that they want to know which of those suppliers they should trust to deliver. Those suppliers want to improve their trustability ratio. Have I got this right? Is that how it all fits together? It's quite complicated.
There's a lot of risk that we're basically mapping as well. So the main contractor knows there's risk in their supply chain, doesn't know where it is. And so this basically not just reveals it because we're aggregating the data back to the main contractor, but we go in and then help with the organizations that are at risk to improve their position to a more resilient position.
So for Balfour Beatty as a stakeholder, one of their suppliers as a stakeholder, what's the exact pain that they are feeling today, and what's the cost of that pain, and how much does it cost through your solution to fix that?
Which stakeholder?
Balfour Beatty as a convener and the individual supplier as the person that you expect to be assessed on this criteria, I think.
So essentially, the individual supplier is getting a personalised report that gives them exactly what they need to do to improve their business across 14 management indicators. And a report and action roadmap with then clear signposting. This is the bit that misses for most organisations. They maybe know what's wrong with their business, they don't know how to solve it themselves or where to go to get that support. So we're doing it in a very condensed way around, with CITB as a partner, we're also building new courses in CITB and a standard for assessment that the supply chain have asked us to provide as well. They're invisible to each other. So they want, the platform's called Circle, they want a Circle badge to show we are committed and intentional around how we're going to become digitalised, decarbonised, more servitised as a circular business model, and we want to show that off as a competitive advantage to the people who buy our services. So there's a big win for these companies doing that.
Okay.
Thank you, Doug. As you said, it's a complex model with multifaceted approaches and different solutions. In terms of your access to the data and what you are going to use to feed into the system to assess, how confident you are, and then what talent requirements do you have within the business to match that?
So that's a really good question. That's part of why we need the EDGE funding. We've won this award. We need to be able to also confidently be able to invest in our team. And so we do need to have data scientists come in-house. We've been exporting or outsourcing that at the moment. So we really want to get a CTO who can help, and more an AI-leaning one that can help us with the technology development, and then data scientists to be able to help us with the data acquisition, analysis, and actually visualization and communication. This is very complex. I've maybe not done a great job in communicating it today, and that is one of the key challenges. So how can we not just gather the data, but make it really relevant and personal to the different stakeholders? And there are many. There are hundreds of different stakeholders that are involved in this process that we can then make that available to each stakeholder. Thanks.
Doug, thank you very much. Time's up.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Gonna have to read this entry out. You like this? Ready? Where's Max Carcass? Yeah. Genius, mate. Genius. Still not in first place, though, because you didn't mention me. Ready for this? A startup came to Scottish Edge, hoping to receive a pledge. They made their pitch, which went without a hitch, and now they're very successful, or so they allege. Come on, round of applause for that. That's fairly good. That's fairly good. Are you on TikTok? All right. Just look a bit like a 12-year-old girl, that's all. Are you not wearing socks?
I've got socks, yeah.
All right, okay, sorry, I thought business was bad. You're a bit of an online media person, though, aren't you? Yeah? So Fiona said in her pitch that she wasn't up on online media. Yeah? Okay. A post a day for the next 2 weeks. Okay? That's the payment for it. Oh, Fiona! We had a freebie. Pay me. I'm the agent. Honestly. Don't worry. Nick will look after you. He lives online. It's because he doesn't have a social life, you see. Does it smell nice?
Yeah, it's great.
That's him happy for the rest of the day now. That's it. If anybody goes anywhere near him, like that, because they'll be covered in the balm. Right. Slippy Nick, we call him. That sounded quite bad, didn't it? Nobody tweet that. X, formerly known as Twitter. So we've got the big pitch of the day coming up next. The first thing I'm going to do, judges, when you're ready and you've made your notes, you get a little bit of a rest now, so you can go and join the audience and be part of that. So we're going to let the judges sit down, and we're going to bring up, in a moment, we're going to bring up a few more judges. But let me explain what's going to happen. Just before lunch, we're going to hear a pitch from Harper Macleod. And Harper Macleod is going to come on and pitch their services and what they provide to all of you wonderful, lovely people, and particularly to the Edge winners. And at the end of the pitch, there's going to be some questions from the new judges in a normal, usual way. But instead of keeping their scores secret, the judges are going to hold up a placard with their scores on it. And then Kevin we'll ask the audience what they think. So it's up to you to whether Harper Macleod does it. Look at Joe's face now. She's, are you prepared, Joe? You all set for this? Exactly. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, no problem. No, it all come very quickly, didn't it? So, our 4 lovely judges, big round of applause for them. They're going to leave the stage for the moment. I'm going to invite some more judges up. So first of all, we've got Camilla. Camilla is CEO of Companion. Big round of applause for Camilla, please. Oh, she's there. There we are. Secondly, we've got Alison Grieve. There she is. Alison is editor at Young Company Finance Scotland. And then we've got Mark MacDonald, CEO of WeTech. Where's Mark? We're always there. Mark. And finally, we've got our very own Kevin Walls, Chief Operating Officer at Edge. And he's going to come in from this angle. So here they are. They're our new judges. They are still entitled, by the way, because they're now judges, to be part of the favourite judge competition. Hopefully, I'll look at that fun. I hope you don't lose out now, Ben, because you're still in the lead, by the way, because no one's voted for anybody apart from me. I've voted for you. So as long as we keep... You can vote for, 2 votes, hooray! But these 4 can also be favourite judges, if not Kevin, because, well, there's a load of reasons not Kevin. Oh, you got the audience on your side already, Kevin. There you go. Not Kevin. It was an inside thing. Now, there they are, all ready. Judges ready? You all know what you're doing? Now listen to the pitch, ask a few questions, and then hold up your placards. Have you all got 5 placards with 5 scores on them? I was going to say, yeah. If all just got one piece of paper that says 0 on it. Right, here we are. I want a massive round of applause for our 2 pitchers from Harper Macleod. We've got Joe Nisbet and Paula Skinner. Hope you come. It's a long walk, isn't it, as well? Isn't it?
Every day, businesses fail and waste money. My name's Joe, and we are here to help your business avoid becoming one of the failures. Between Paul and I, we've got 40 years of experience helping entrepreneurs grow their business, and we're independently recognised as some of the best lawyers in the UK. I know what you're thinking. I don't need a lawyer, and even if I do, they're too expensive. That's wrong. Trying to build a business without the legal foundations in place is like trying to build your house with the foundations of a tent. You might get away with it for a while, but the minute it gets windy or it rains, you're in trouble. Some of you will appreciate that, but you'll worry about money, so you'll turn to online templates. That's like trying to build your house with your neighbour's foundations. As we've heard this morning, there's many different types of business models, and you can't apply the same solution to different things and expect it to work. We have a fix for this. We have a mentorship scheme where you get to meet experts monthly on topics such as investment, share options, employment, and IP. You're also assigned a contact from our entrepreneurship team, so you've got consistency. These sessions are designed to deal with the known risks and the scarier, worse, unknown risks. Yes, we have many, many competitors. The world is not short of lawyers for you to pick between. However, what is different about us is we've got the depth and scale to advise on some of the biggest deals in Scotland, but we can also advise an entrepreneur who's in day 1 of their journey. We specialise in advising entrepreneurs. We understand the growing pains. We've seen many of and many people who came before you do it before. So, however, don't take my word for it. Listen to someone who's in the know.
Overwhelmingly positive over the years. If I had to sum up Harper Macleod in 3 words, it would be professional, friendly, responsive, and can I add another one? Supportive. It's that feeling of trust. I have a huge feeling of trust. I know that Paula and Joe have got my back and that they would bend over backwards to support me in any way possible. So why would I ever go anywhere else? And I think that's really key.
Please don't build your business on poor foundations. Join our mentorship programme and get the support you need to build a solid, sustainable business.
Thank you both. I'm going to kick off with the first question. Can you help bring that to life for us, please, and give us an example of an edge winner you've helped and what was the positive outcome from that intervention?
Okay, so if you take, we've got quite a few that we could pick from, but if we take Kingdom Technologies, which is a robotic lawnmower business, it was a wildcard winner a number of rounds ago. So we worked with that business from the absolute inception. We have done their first 2 investment rounds. They've raised money from Europe. They've got a 20 million Series A coming later in the year. But actually working closely with Johan, I mean, he was a single individual entrepreneur. It's a lonely place, right, for entrepreneurs. But a lot of our competitors potentially would have only wanted to speak to him when he was raising his 20 million Series A now. Well, we've literally been with him right the way through there. I think where we've added value for that particular client is particularly around some IP risks potentially he necessarily wouldn't have thought of, or for the most recent raise, which was a follow-on, the investors that he was bringing on, many of them didn't actually appoint another firm of solicitors. So we were Scottish Enterprise advisors, but we were the kind of key go-between for everybody, and we Rachel's and our team project managed that magnificently. So that's Kingdom. The other one maybe to mention as well is probably Giglets as well. So Giglets, early winner of Scottish Edge, Ayrshire-based business. Again, we met that business through Strathclyde 100. A number of you were there last night at the events, as was I. And we worked with that business right the way through from incorporation, right the way through multiple, actually they didn't have any investment rounds, but we did all of their commercial work, we did all of their terms and conditions, we did all of their employment work, and then acted for them at investment. And now we still act for the founder of Giglets post-exit in relation to some of the things he's doing now.
Brilliant, thank you, Paula. I'll pass to Camilla.
Hi, brilliant pitch, thank you very much. I was just wanting to ask, for example, in Scottish Edge, we get various different sectors pitching. We've gone from Ink Balm to robotics to technology. Can you speak to any industry sectors in particular that Harper Macleod might specialize in, or is it just agnostic? And if you could just provide some examples of those.
Yeah, no, good question. I mean, we work with entrepreneurs, and that's actually what Joe and I have set out to always do, is that we will not turn our nose up the way, and that's, I guess, it ties in with the Scottish Edge mentality. We will work with all types of businesses, and we're proud of that fact that we will work with all types of businesses. However, having said that, I guess technology is one of our strong focuses. Annually, we probably do about 100 deals as a corporate team. The wider corporate team is about over 40 people in Harper Macleod. So in technologies, when you look at the statistics, technology is about a third of that. The next 2 sectors that are kind of it changes year on year, but healthcare and food and drink. So they're the kind of 3 main sectors, I think, that are relevant for the corporate and the entrepreneurial space.
One of the key things about working with a law firm, especially as you're a growing company, is continuity. And so what does Harper Macleod do about, first of all, attracting talent to the firm and also retaining that talent?
Good question. Well, I've been there for 20 years. Joe has been there 14 years. So we are partner-led. So every single entrepreneur in the room if they were to work with us, join the mentorship program or become official clients for us, we would always, Joe or I or another partner in the team would always be involved. So there's always a continuity that Joe and I aren't going anywhere anytime soon. In terms of the team as well, we've got a couple of our trainees with us here just now. We have got a really high retention rate in terms of trainees to take them on to newly qualified. We take trainees on with a view for them to staying with the firm. I think our staff turnover rate is much lower than average in terms of the market. I'm not going to say that we don't have staff leave, because that wouldn't, and some staff actually leave and become, one of our team left maybe 18 months ago or so, and is now a client of the firm because she's went in-house. So that's a really good relationship for us. So actually for people who leave the firm, actually it may be that they're going to do something else. But in answer to your question about continuity, there'll always be Joe and myself. And I think that's how we try and create a good working environment. I hope Erin and Matthew would say that. We care, good. Tick. We care about our staff, we care about the entrepreneurs, and that's genuine. I mean, I know that we immerse ourselves in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. My favourite thing about my job now, it used to always be working with the entrepreneurs, and no offence to the entrepreneurs now in the room, my favourite thing about my job is seeing the team progress. Now, I love listening to the entrepreneurs, but actually to see the team progress and do well is my why in it all now, if that's a roundabout way of answering your question. Thanks.
Thank you. You've done a really good job in terms of presenting what good looks like for a law firm. I'm kind of interested in what bad looks like. You know, we might be business owners here dealing with existing relationships with law firms. What are the red flags that we should look for in our existing relationships, which actually might promote us to move over to you guys?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. I think non-responsiveness, I mean, literally our team, the way that we would work is there wouldn't be a day where if an email comes in, you wouldn't get a response within 24 hours. It might just be a holding response to say, okay, I've got it, I'll be in touch next week. So you would always know the timescales. I think I'm probably guilty of over-communicating with clients, but I don't think that's a bad thing. The other thing that's bad is a surprise bill at the end that you were not expecting. Vast majority of our work is fixed fee for entrepreneurs, and there's never a surprise, certainly when we're sending out invoices. If there's been a change of scope during the deal, then we would agree the fee with the client during it. It would never ever be a surprise. So I think that would be bad, and we do hear that. I mean, one of the things that frustrates us is we hear competitors going in really, really low at the beginning. They win the work, and then the client comes back to us 2 years later and says, well, actually, you were right. They quoted me £5,000, they charged me 10. You quoted me 10 from the beginning. It would have been better to use you from the beginning. So I think that's the fees and the non-responsiveness. And maybe the third one is, I mentioned earlier about genuinely being in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. I've always been strong about the entrepreneurial ecosystem, but no more so in the past couple of weeks when being at events and really, really understanding it. You can't advise entrepreneurs if you don't really feel their challenges. So my husband will sometimes say to me, what, you're going to another event? And sometimes being truthful, there's all things you think I've got work to do, I don't need to go to another event, but I think it's really important for us to be at these events and supporting the entrepreneurs, seeing our clients and really understanding what the challenges are.
Just on that point, can you help advise, I'm an SME, I'm just about to start up. In your experience, what are the common legal mistakes made?
IP. It's always IP. I mean, joking aside, it's always they think they own the IP. I mean, we had one last week. It was a space tech startup business, and he said to me, "I definitely own the IP." Okay, and we had the next conversation. And again, this would be because he's not an edge winner, so he's not on our mentorship program. But I have been kind of helping him a little bit. I really like the guy. So been helping him and saying to him, do you definitely own the IP? Yep, no problem. He goes to speak to the developers. The developers are saying, no, we're not signing the IP assignation. then he shows me the form, the grant form he's filled in, and he's ticked every box for the IP, where he should only have picked one. So it was 3 options around what the IP process should have been. So that same business was also about to issue investors with, at a really, really early stage, with a preferred class of shares. So if he hadn't had that conversation with me, then it would have been the IP and the shares. I think the other thing a lot of the time is distributing the shares among everybody, from the person who's made the tea to lots of people, without thinking about, well, what happens when an investment, are we going to need their signatures on a piece of paper? So that's what Joe and I's job is, seeing round the corner for you and saying, these are the things that might come up.
If you could have one superpower to help you serve your clients better, what would that be and why?
Oh, I mean, I think I'm a pretty good it's always to do with multitasking, I think so. But I think I'm already a pretty good multitasker, but it'd be something around that. It would be able to be being at events and probably doing my day job. Probably is the thing right currently, especially with Glasgow Tech Week next week. There's loads going on, so being able to do my day job and get to all the events, I think, is probably the superpower. Thank you.
Yeah, you've got to stay for the scoring.
Stay for our scores. Oh, there's a 1, that's not good.
Okay, the judges can reveal their scores. And do you want to hear thoughts from the audience, if there is any, Kevin?
Yeah, let's see your thoughts. What do you think of the Harper Macleod pitch compared to the pitches this morning?
Oh, controversial.
We've been nervous about that. We've been nervous about this. Like Joe said, it was something that was a good idea at the time and a little bit of fun when we discussed it. So having been at so many at the Edge finals, it's very different being up here than I've been there.
You now know what all your clients are going.
Yeah. We're walking the walk.
You're normally, Paula, on the video, aren't you?
Yes.
So I mean, there's probably people in this room that have seen you as a TV star, and stuff, but this is what she actually looks like in real life. Yeah. Was it better being filmed for the video or doing this?
Oh God, I don't know.
Video's worse.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's good to know. Any thoughts from the audience?
Nick.
Oh.
The what?
The TAM, the total addressable market for your services.
Oh, the total. I think it's the entrepreneurs in the room. I mean, I think we've got Scottish. There's so many accelerators, incubators. I mean, it's not even just Scotland. I mean, we're Scottish based, but the deals that are mentioned there, actually, 3/4 of them are out with Scotland. So a lot of the work we're doing just now is from maybe London-based tech startups as well, who are maybe looking for a cheaper price point. So from a regulatory point of view, the firm might not see that in terms of targeting businesses in London, but we get them through our networks. So don't know if that answered your questions in terms of the market, but there's lots of scope. I'm excited by, I've been doing this job 20 years within Harper Macleod, and I genuinely still get a buzz from coming to events and genuinely still want to be able to work in this sector and doing the right thing for the entrepreneur, the best thing for the entrepreneurs. And also, I mean, that works for us as well. We've got so many statistics like Scottish Edge, Entrepreneurial Spark. It's a long-term relationship, and that's what you've got to realise. And luckily, our firm supports us in those because you get out what you put in.
Brilliant. Well done, ladies. Let me just say one thing about Harper Macleod on this slide. There's a massive number on there, 240.7 million in deals. That's a big, impressive number, right? What I will say is that when you are a client, a partner, a provider, whatever it might be to that firm, you don't feel swamped. You do feel like everybody feels like they are the most important person in the room every time they go in. So I know that sometimes startup businesses or new businesses look at numbers like that and go, oh, crikey, 200, you know, that's a big number. Maybe I'll get kind of lost in it. And it's not. It is genuinely, from my experience, a place that is very welcoming and understands the smaller startup type businesses. Right, how did that feel for judges? Good?
It's a lot easier being on this side.
Yes, exactly. Oh, well, you're a winner, aren't you? You're a winner! I mean, an Edge winner. Well, I'm genuinely a winner as well. And yes. No, well, he's not, is he? In fact, if anything, he's an Edge loser. I'm just missing Stephen, that's the thing. Yes, of course, you're all winners. You're all winners in many ways, in your own particular way. So it's a lot easier being on that side, is it? Good. We're about to go for lunch, and I'll direct this at Camilla. Because we're gonna. If you had to give anybody that has been on or is about to be on stage today one bit of advice, what would it be?
Clench your butt before you go on stage.
Clench your butt?
Yeah,
okay.
It removes the nerves, gets you to relax a bit. No, but really just remember you're talking about your business. You know your business is just a conversation. But yeah, clench the cheeks.
Clench your cheeks. Clench those cheeks, she means, not those cheeks, okay? Would you two agree with that bit of advice?
Mine are always clenched.
Yes, it's good to know. It feels like it's time to move on, doesn't it? Right, so listen, it's lunchtime. So what I want everybody to be back in here at 2:05, please, on the dot. We're going to hear Evelyn and Sif talking in a kind of a bit of a heart-to-heart, I think it's called. Other than that, again, go out, meet our partners out there, say hello to everybody, and a massive round of applause, please, for Joe and Paula, and of course our 4 wonderful judges. I'll see you all at 2:05. Oh, by the way, Ryan, you're now in the lead in the Twitter, formerly known as Twitter competition, and you know why.
Between all of the spaces we leave, closing in on us.
Good afternoon, everybody. All gone now. Anybody not get a free sample? Too late, innit? Too late came the cry. Thing is, very lucky, because I've got a handful for myself and a handful for some lucky people. I'm going to give some spot prizes this afternoon. Spot prizes. I'm going to give spot prizes of the Ink Balm. The headphones aren't spot prizes. The headphones are prizes for the online media competition. And yes, we are looking at LinkedIn as well as Twitter, don't worry. Okay. And we all know the best way to win these competitions, don't we? Say nice things about me. That's why Ryan's in the lead at the minute. Now, we've got an exciting afternoon for you. I think we've got five or so more finalists to pitch for you. But before we do that, we're going to have a little session of learning, excitement, and interest. We have two chairs here, 2 microphones, and 2 glasses of water, on which in a moment will be seated 2 lovely ladies who are going to have a conversation that will help you understand a little bit more about business in general and people's journey through that business. So, massive round of applause, please, to welcome the Edge CEO, Evelyn and Sif Ray.
Hello. Hello. Hello, everyone.
And thank you for coming along today. So delighted today to be chatting to Sif, who's the COO of QuickServe. But before we dive into that, can you tell us what you've thought of today? Because I know you were here first thing this morning, and I know you've listened intently to every pitch so far.
Absolutely.
So what do you think of today's final?
Yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant. And the diversity of entrepreneurs and businesses and concepts has been fantastic. Lots of also interest, I would say, from the Harper Macleod. I was speaking to them earlier, and it's amazing to see a service provider just be so brave and vulnerable, come up on stage and do the things that you all are doing as well. And I just thought that was a fantastic way to get to know your customer a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. They will really understand now what our Edge winners go through, because I think until you're actually standing on this stage, you don't realise how intimidating it can be.
Exactly. Even sitting here, Evelyn, you know, this is a very comfortable seat. But,
yes,
you know.
yes, we're lucky enough to have a seat. But anyway, let's hear a bit more about you. So obviously you're from Iceland. So how did you end up in Scotland?
So I came here 18 years ago to study, and I did the MBA program at the University of Edinburgh Business School, and never planned on staying, never considered staying in Scotland. The plan was to do the MBA, travel a little bit, move to London, spend a couple of years, and then go back home to Iceland. And that plan changed. I've been here ever since. I tried to leave a couple of times, spent some time in China and in London indeed. But my boyfriend, now husband, brought me back home to Edinburgh. So yeah, it's been amazing.
That's great.
Yeah, and very welcoming. The Scots are such wonderful, welcoming people, you know.
Yeah, and I think actually that route to Scotland, you know, coming here to study, and you know, we've seen a number of our, you know, clients over the years have come here to study, fallen in love with Scotland, you know, come up with ideas for their business, and then, you know, started here and stayed here, and it's a wonderful addition to Scotland. So your first job in a growing business in Scotland was in Touch Bionics. So could you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, so Touch Bionics, since they've actually been acquired by an Icelandic company, has nothing to do with me, but it's just an interesting kind of segue. So yeah, I joined Touch in marketing. I ran their international marketing function. It was a brilliant time because they had just launched the world's first bionic hand. And shortly after I joined, we launched the world's first bionic fingers as well. And for me, you know, in Iceland, I was in telecoms, product development, software development, and product management. So going from telecoms, when we are then looking at, you know, margins and price plans and things like that, over into medical technology, something that really changes people's lives, you know, as an arm or a hand or fingers will do when you don't have them, is fantastic. And that really shaped me a lot and really changed the way I think about business and think about my why and what I strive to do. But that was a very busy time in a growing company. We were setting up distribution networks in Europe and clinics in the US, but I thoroughly enjoyed it, and gave me a real sense of, you know, what it feels like to work both in a more of a younger kind of a business, as well as, of course, you know, in Scotland. You know, I had never worked abroad before, so that was very interesting, big learnings.
Yeah, but when we were chatting a few weeks ago, you were telling me that, you know, you absolutely loved that job. Obviously, you were really swept up in it, but you worked incredibly hard. So you spent 3 years doing 80-hour weeks.
Yes. Yes.
And so you've been quite honest about what that did to you and what so tell us what happened next then.
Yeah, so I'm honest about it now, Evelyn, but I have to say I wasn't necessarily as honest to myself or others back then. But I ended up actually experiencing a proper full-blown burnout. And I didn't know what was happening to me at the time, because I had been a very good physical and mental health. You know, I'd been very fortunate prior to that. But I think it's this notion, I thought a lot about this, and I can obviously only speak, you know, for myself, but it's, I think when it comes to a burnout, you know, there is an underlying factor that is much greater than managing stress, you know, managing that balance between work and personal life, which I don't know if that's achievable, to always have a balance. I think you'll have peaks and troughs, you know, you will sometimes be all in and other times you'll be a bit more relaxed about it. And I personally also make no mistake about, or no excuses, I should say, for my work being my hobby. I absolutely love what I do. And I did also with touch. And, but I think in my case, the underlying reason was more like a lack of confidence, you know, this feeling that you're never enough, you're never good enough, you never do enough. So, you know, I never switched off my emails or laptops or my BlackBerry back then until the East Coast in the US, where I had a team as well, until they were done with their working day. So it was quite...
was that not like at midnight?
Yeah, sometimes a little later, but then, you know, you live and you learn, and you learn to set boundaries and just be a little bit kinder to yourself as well.
Yes, but I think it is really good to speak about that, because I think sometimes people need to hear those stories and learn how important it is to set those boundaries.
Absolutely, and I have to say the reason I didn't it took me some time to square that off with myself. Just looking myself in the mirror and actually, yeah, this happened to me. Just because I was so ashamed. I thought I was such a failure, you know. How could I not, you know, still young and, you know, before kids and all that. I should have all the energy and all the drive and all that, you know. But that's just not what happened, you know.
Yeah, we're not built for 80-hour weeks for 3 years, I think. But anyway, you've worked for one of our judges today. Ben Panter, I'm seeing oh, there he is. So just pretend he's not here, Sif, and tell us what it was like to work for Ben and Blackford Analysis.
So, Ben, remember what we talked about earlier? Yeah? You're still good? Yeah? Okay. So, Ben, no, I kid. Yeah, I met Ben in 2013, I think, the summer of 2013. And Well, at that time, that was kind of after Touch, and I had been a consultant for a few years, working with growth companies, tech, always tech, and I was introduced to BAN by a mutual Scottish enterprise account manager there, contact, and I always remember the very first time I met BAN. We've talked about BAN's height, Ben was there in his teeny tiny little office up on Blackford Hill, and he sat me down in his office and he just said, Sif, I know nothing about marketing. Do you think you can help me? And that was just the start of, fantastic working relationship and friendship. And I think for someone like Ben, he's very accomplished, right? He's super smart, he's a nice guy. But for someone to be able to say, actually, I know nothing. I don't even know where to begin. So, let's figure this out. I think that for me was really, really refreshing, because sometimes, and I've worked with some phenomenal people, super smart individuals, that's hard. It's hard to actually be that vulnerable and say, I don't know, when you're a CEO of a growing business and you're kind of meant to know a lot, So yeah, I always loved that about Ben. And yeah, we worked together on and off for 3 years. It didn't help poor Ben and Blackford that I ended up having 2 kids in that period of time. I was just back from my honeymoon when I walked into Ben's office. So yeah, that was, I think I helped you find your next marketing manager after that, actually, Ben. So yeah, I have very fond memories of working with Ben and Blackford.
Oh, that's good, and good that you left it in good hands, and obviously went on to be hugely successful.
Exactly, as Ben keeps reminding me.
Yes, maybe you should have stuck around. But I know you then went on to join QuickServe, where you are still there today in 2017.
Yeah.
And you said to me that you were really drawn in by the CEO's vision for the company.
Yeah.
And you felt that you could make an impact there. So
Yeah.
can you tell us a bit about that? And actually tell us what QuickServe does in the markets that you serve.
Yeah, sure. So QuickServe is a Scottish company founded 12 years ago. And we do order and pay solutions for the hospitality industry. So your mobile order and pay, mobile payments, kiosk ordering, and all that. We work with enterprise, we're B2B software. We work with enterprise customers globally. Brands such as, Nero, Fridays, Hard Rock Cafe, Center Parks, Oaxaca, these types of chains. So we are helping them enhance their guest experience, so make hospitality a bit better, as well as finding ways to make them more efficient. We know there is a lot of pressure on supply chains and pricing, so we help with some of that.
So you were there pretty much at the beginning. Can you tell us where you are now in 2024 in terms of staff and numbers of customers and countries that you're operating in?
Of course. So when I joined, we were about 20 people in a little room in Codebase. And since then, we have grown to nearly 100 people now. We have staff in 6 countries, so in the US, obviously here in the UK, across in the US, Brazil, Spain, Ireland, other countries. And when I joined, I think we had 1 or 2 paying customers, but we had just taken funding, so we were really, really excited and about the journey ahead. Yeah, we had all sorts of bumps in the road, but now in 24, we have, we're deployed in around 8,000 sites, and I think the last count was 40 countries, with sites in every continent apart from the Antarctica, which is a real passion for our founder. He really wants to deploy tech in the Antarctica, but yeah, well, we shall see about that.
That's brilliant. It's great to hear about a Scottish success story. But I noticed that you went from CMO to COO.
Yes.
So How did that come about? And also, I think you mentioned that you detected a change in how people approached you.
Yes,
So
yes.
tell us a bit about that.
Sure. So I think coming from Iceland, it's a very small country. They apparently miscalculated how many we are, but I believe we are around 370,000 people, right? So what that means in terms of employment, you wear multiple hats. You're used to moving between industries, you don't specialize as much. So you're more kind of agile and you kind of dip in to different things and try different things, right? So that kind of mentality has always been ingrained in me. It's good to learn and it's good not to know everything. And when I started working for Touch Bionics, I went into like a typical marketing role and carried that on for a few years after, also as an independent consultant. But that was more chance than necessarily deliberate, My background was more in, as I said earlier, product management and development. But I always thought, what do I want to do when I grow up? And I'm 48, I still don't know, right? I'm enjoying where I am, but I think there's a lot to learn, right? So when I joined QuickServe, not only did I absolutely love, the team and our founder and his vision and drive and energy, but I also thought, okay, I can help them now with marketing, because I could not for the life of me figure out what they did. So it took me quite some time, and probably, honestly, 4 or 5 weeks into the job to really understand what this company did. So I thought, okay, from a marketing standpoint, I can help you. But then I thought, okay, maybe there is an opportunity to try something else, I don't necessarily imagine my life being spent in marketing, although I've always, my degree is in marketing. I love marketing, And as growing companies, as it happens with growing companies and businesses, there's always a resource constraint. And there's never enough funding, there's never enough budget, there's always more to do than staff, right? So, and also in our case, we went through a couple of really rough patches where we had to part ways with some brilliant colleagues as well, through cost cutting. And for the kind of first 3 years with QuickServe, starting as a CMO, I then, within I think 6 months, took on the product management. That was easy for me, I had done that before. Then I took on sales for a period of time. Then a year later, I was running the software engineering team, which I loved. And these guys, they're just the most patient bunch ever. They had to explain a lot to me, which they did. And for that, I'm ever grateful. And then after that, I took on operations as well. So not all necessarily through choice, It wasn't me saying, oh, can I please go into operations? But more like with that Icelandic mentality of wearing multiple hats, I want to try, I want to learn, I want to explore, And the company allowed me to do that and created the environment, not just for myself, but many, many others as well. And so when the end of 2019, we acquired a competitor of ours that had very complementary products, and they had, a great team, and, they had a CTO, which we didn't have. They had me, right, the former CMO. At that point, I basically had the choice, do you want to remain as the CMO, or would you like to go into something else? And I decided to take the leap.
But you were saying that people respond differently to that title than they do to CMO. So why do you think that is?
I don't, I've really thought about this. I think, there is something sometimes in marketing. People don't take marketing seriously enough. It's like, oh, it's the crayon department, It's about, look and feel and colors. I don't like yellow. Well, I don't care if you don't like yellow, It's just not taken seriously enough. And I'm not someone who's driven by titles. And in fact, when I came across the quick serve ad for a CMO, I thought to myself, oh, why is a tiny little company asking for a CMO? Surely they need something else. And it wasn't until I'm embarrassed to admit this, but I think it's important to say, it wasn't until my husband said to me, of course you can be the CMO. What do you mean?
Yeah.
I just didn't think that was, I thought it was a bit inflated,
Yep.
But as a COO, and it's also a learning for me to kind of grow into that role a little bit, you can tell, CEO means business, right? Marketing, CMO, people don't know what to do with them sometimes. They don't know where to place you,
And yet so often I know in Edge, we focus on that marketing role and how it's often missing and how important it is.
Listen, that for me, I obviously have worked in tech for a long time and worked with growing, emerging Scottish businesses and south of the border for that matter as well. It is still missed, I think we're really, really good at supporting entrepreneurs in developing, products, solutions, technology, brilliant universities, highly skilled technical workforce, But where is the investment in marketing, in sales? Sales is sometimes a dirty word, but it's academic if you don't sell anything. You can have the best product, but if you don't sell, you have a problem, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think for me, I would love to see a bit more focus, especially around, the B2B marketing. There was a question earlier to someone about the relationship. How are you going to commercialize? How are you going to speak to these companies? How are you going to figure it out? And we all, as consumers, we are very drawn to consumer marketing because we see and understand that we are being marketed to every day. But when it comes to business, selling to businesses, selling to enterprise grade especially, it's a very different skill set I feel is needed. And yeah, I would like to see.
Yeah, and maybe not enough focus on that.
Yeah.
So we can bring it round to funding now. Obviously, you've gone through the challenges of raising funding in Scotland.
Yeah.
And, there is some criticism in Scotland, as you know, of the smaller rounds that businesses get in Scotland compared to, for example, London, and especially compared to places like Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on this and if you like the funding scene in Scotland?
Yeah, I think, as I said, in Scotland, I think we have so many amazing investors in different shapes and sizes, initiatives like the Edge, and I think we support well, but I think we sometimes forget that we are competing internationally, globally. And, as Ben will know, one of the first trade show I did with Ben was in Chicago, where he's directly competing with American businesses funded through Silicon Valley, funded through vehicles that typically are less risk averse, put more money in earlier on, So I think that can be, of course, a challenge. And what I've seen is that sometimes because the nature of the investment can be bitty, and perhaps also, as I said earlier, not enough focus on the commercialization part, we can struggle here sometimes in that landscape to compete at a global level,
Yeah, so I guess what you're saying is that if investors are looking for that business to compete internationally, they have to recognise that they're going to need the funding to do that.
Yes.
So last question from me. So we kind of talked about how working from home has freed up some women to step into more senior roles because it gives them a little bit of flexibility. But there's a real sort of mixed sort of messages around that at the moment, because there's also some worries that women will exercise that flexibility and work from home, but that then means that if their partners are in the office, then it's not a proper division of responsibilities, and also that there might be a danger that if too many women exercise that flexibility, the workplace becomes male dominated, with the women being being at home. So it was interesting because I'm seeing that debate playing out in the media at the moment, especially I think as there's much more challenges now around working from home. So just your thoughts on that, because I know it actually gave you a little bit of flexibility in the
it
roles
did.
that you took.
Yeah, for sure. I think, and without it, in fact, my husband wouldn't know how to make a ballet bun, you know, for my daughter. So I'm very grateful for the increased flexibility. But jokes aside, I think, you know, ultimately we want more equality for everyone. You know, it's not about, you know, a man or women. I want, you know, we should want, you know, all carers to have the opportunity to be with their children, you know, flexibly. But I think right now, and of course it's always improving, but you know, I dread to think about the money I've poured into, you know, nurseries for my kids, you know, at an early age, you know. But I think it's about the flexibility and creating a better environment for families, you know, men, women, you know, everyone really. And I don't know if flexible working is necessarily going to solve that.
Yep.
I feel a greater intervention or invention, in fact, is needed, you know, in terms of supporting families during the early years to give people a choice. You know, if you want to go back to work, you have to be in quite a fortunate position to be able to do that, you know, with a young family.
Yep.
So, but yeah, no, there is, I think my background is also, you know, with my Nordic background, you know, we're used to a slightly different system. And after 18 years in the UK, this is still not something that sits well with me, unfortunately.
Yes,
but,
it still needs to be fixed.
Yeah,
I think it's still not there, is it?
This is the thing, and you think about role models. You know, I got an 8-year-old daughter, you know, and I want her to have role models, you know, and not just me, but like in the workforce, you know. I speak to women in tech all the time. Women are referred to me via LinkedIn just to say, hey, Sif, can you speak to them? Can you tell them that it's okay to take space? It's okay to be heard. It's okay to just be yourself, you know, because they just we don't have enough role models, I would say, of, you know, when it comes to diversity in general, you know.
Yes, that's true. And actually, that's something we've been trying to address a little bit at Edge. I think there's going to be discussion later about a podcast series that we produced at Edge. It was only on women entrepreneurs, and it was just women entrepreneurs telling their stories and just trying to get their stories out there and saying there actually are, you know, some great female role models in Scotland. We're just not noticing them as much as we should. And hopefully there's going to be more from today and yesterday in terms of winners. But we're running out of time now, Sif, but I wondered if anyone in the audience had any questions for Sif. Oh, there's one there.
Well, if it doesn't give you anxiety not knowing, I think that's fine. For me, what I do know, and I think that's been the biggest learning, is I want to work with good people. You know, I'm not willing to compromise on that. You know, I want to surround myself with people who have skills, who know things, who have experience that I don't have, and I want to keep learning. And I think that's where, you know, that's where I am. And certainly within operations, I was saying this to someone earlier, you know, had Dan, our founder and then CEO who hired me to QuickServe, you know, in 2017, had he said to me, so Sif, you're going to be the CMO for, you know, 2-3 years, and then you're going to transition into the COO. I would have said, absolutely no way. You know, that sounded like the most boring job on the planet, you know? But it isn't, and I'm loving it. But it's that ability to connect the dots, be a conduit, and work with good people, you know?
Thank you.
Hi, I just, what you were saying about sales, B2B really chimed. I think a lot of people are rubbish at sales. and could benefit from, I mean, a lot of it's common sense, but, you know, there is a sort of process and training you can do.
100%.
I just wondered if you'd been through any kind of training or how you'd develop those skills and what you were suggesting there about developing that for people.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I wish I could sit here and say, you know, oh, I've done all these training courses and I know it all and I got it all down.
You've not done Matthew's training course?
I was going to say, maybe I'll get a promo code later on, maybe. Yeah, no, I think I personally, because sales hasn't been, you know, my main focus, I haven't done, you know, any, I've done some training courses, but nothing that I would necessarily recommend. That sounds awful. But I think what I said earlier about surrounding yourself with good people, yes, you know, sales training is one thing, and there are some brilliant, of course, you know, trainers and frameworks, you know, that you can benefit from, because of course, it's a little bit like marketing, you know, marketeers sometimes do themselves a disservice talking about marketing as art, you know, it's science, it has to be a numbers game, and the same for sales. So, you know, that structure I think is really important. But it's the people game also. And in B2B, you don't sell to companies, you sell to people. You make relationships, you make long-term relationships. People move from one company to the other. And especially if you're selling overseas, if you're selling in the States, and as I also experienced in the Middle East, if you don't have that foundation, you're not gonna go very far. Yeah.
I think you just quoted Matthew there.
Yeah.
Okay, one last question before we go. Poonam.
You said something and that you can talk about it now, but you couldn't talk about it then. So the question there is for the people in the audience, everybody going through the same process of thinking, if you were to give advice to your younger self for then, what will it take for you to recognize those symptoms or signs, and what will it take to talk about it at that moment, because that's more important. It's retrospectively always, it's good that you can share now.
Yeah.
I think what would that be, because a lot of people in different, especially current environment, go through those issues of mental
Yeah.
health or burnout,
Yeah.
but nobody probably talks them 10
Yeah.
years later or 5 years
Of
later.
course.
You forget it and
Yeah.
then you have the courage. But what will it take?
I mean, there's still a lot of stigma around these things, right? But
From societal point of view,
exactly.
everybody else has a role to play.
Yeah. No, I think it comes from, you know, I don't know, I don't necessarily like that term, you know, imposter syndrome or insecurities, but, and I think because you know, it's ultimately a fear of failure, right? Fear of being judged, you know, not for talking about mental health, but fear of, you know, missing a deadline, you know, your work not being good enough and nothing ever finishing, right? So I think it's around that, and it's the same as with, you know, any kind of entrepreneurial journey. You know, when you're starting off, you know, it's great to think about, you know, your 5-year strategy, you know, where you want to be. But actually execution, you know, just little and often, just start. Just do something, start, and more often than not, I think it's good enough also, you know? And then it's this, just, you know, be a little kind to yourself, because if someone came to you saying, you know, I really feel I'm not, you know, doing well here, and this is not going so well for me, and this and that, and I'm a total failure, and I messed this up, and blah, 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 you know, you wouldn't say, oh, yeah, absolutely, why did you do that? You know, you would be really empathetic and kind to that person. But we judge ourselves, obviously, harshly, right? Most people, I think. I don't know. Does someone not judge themselves harshly? Yes, good. Oh, brilliant. You're, you know, way younger than me, but you cracked that nut. Well done. So yeah, I think it's more about, and speaking up, you know, it's all about speaking up. And you don't have to speak up in the workplace, because I know, of course, not all workplaces, you know, have that environment where you can bring your full self, you know, to work. But have, you know, have a mentor, have a friend, have a colleague, have a cup of tea, go for a walk, you know, speak to someone to start, you know, lifting that shame a little bit. Yeah, that would be my advice.
That's brilliant. Well, look, Sif, thank you so much for speaking up today,
Oh, thank
coming along and being our guest speaker. And I'm hoping, having experienced your first edge final, you might come back and sit in that seat
Absolutely,
next time
anytime.
and
Thank you so
listen to the pitches for us. So thank you so much. Would everyone give
Thank
Sif
you.
a round of applause?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So just before we get our next picture up, I think we need to move these chairs, don't we? And if we could get our wonderful, lovely judges back up on the stage. Just whilst this is being moved around, I had a little think there. Sif clearly is from Iceland. I don't know, does anybody remember the last World Cup with the thunderclap? Should we, to show our appreciation to Sif, do you want to try a thunderclap? Right. Everyone put your arms out like this. And you have to go, ooh, and then bang. Wait, what fucking hell? Oh, I swore again, sorry. Ready? Right. Ooh. Oh, that'll do, won't it? Well done. Thunderclap. I want to get the next picture on as soon as possible. Before I do, I've got some tweets to mention in a minute, but before I do that, I'll just mention one. If you retweet David Petherick's competition tweet right now, you've got a 100% chance of winning. Right? So I think that what will happen now, David, is 50 people will retweet it and you'll have a decision to make. But that's fine, isn't it? But yeah, there you go. So currently at the minute, if only one person retweets it, you've got a 100% chance of winning. Does anyone know, by the way, just as a little aside, what the national airline of Iceland is called? And do you know what the other one's called? There's another airline in Iceland. It's called WOW! WOW! There's another airline called WOW! It's almost like all these people, every time they get off, they go, oh, I can't believe that happened. I'd never fly in them. Love the Icelandic. Right. I have to pick up on the sales question. This isn't directed to the gentleman who asked the sales question, by the way, genuinely. If anybody does want any help with sales skills, process-wise, come and see me. In fact, and I said this before, and I always immediately regret saying it because I get a bit of an influx. Anybody in this room who wants to talk to me about coming on one of our sales training courses, if you've been here today, you get 50% off. Fair enough? There you go. And just to give it a testimonial, Adam, if you had anybody saying to you, should you go on Matthew Quinn's sales skills course, what would you say?
Be prepared, absolutely go on it.
There you go.
Take some bribes.
Take some. There you go, mate. Have you got any tattoos? Trouble is with these two is you try paying in whiskey. Trouble is with me, I accept it. Right. So there you go. We'll have a chat about sales later if you want to, but 50% off for anybody in this room. Enough of this pitching from me, more pitching from other people. The next person is an Edge finalist who's expanded his energy services across the Highlands of Scotland, creating, and this is a wonderful thing, by the way, and this is one of the things that Edge is all about, creating much-needed high-paid jobs in that area, as well allowing the population of Scotland to have access to sustainable energy solutions. Please welcome, everybody, Ian McPhail of IDM Energy.
Hi everyone, I am Ian McPhail from IDM Energy, and what we do is we provide renewable and traditional trade services right throughout the north of Scotland. We cover an area of about 14,500 square miles. So that's anything from fixing a door handle to a full strip out refurb, solar panel installations and air source heat pumps, as well as kind of micro wind and battery storage systems. Why did I do it? So I was pretty frustrated and annoyed in the role that I was in. I think we've all been there where you kind of feel you're kind of getting pushed and pulled, and I thought, you know what, I can create a much better working environment where we actually treat our people with respect. We can actually empower them and help them grow as individuals, which then helps the business grow as well. What we do is we turn up when we say we're going to turn up, and we do what we say we're going to do when we do it. And we're all about retaining career opportunities within the region and actually kind of growing that and bringing a lot of the work that went kind of down south back into the Highlands and the Islands. What we've managed to do, when I started the business, it was just myself. We've now grown that to a business of 17 people. I had 500 quid in my pocket, and organically we've grown that to £1 million. Our big focus is on service, and you can see here from our Net Promoter Score survey that went out, we've had a 71% completion rate. We're sitting at 100%, which is pretty good. And the feedback we're getting from our clients is all about how good the service is, and we're turning up when we say we're going to turn up, we're doing what we say we're going to do, and we provide that service to them. What we're looking for from Edge today is 100 grand, and that's to help us grow. It's to help us invest in our people, bring new people in as we grow to meet new contract obligations, and to invest in the systems to allow our people to have the time so that they can also grow as well. Thank you very much.
So thank you. In your application, you talk about the Warmer Homes 2 project and the kind of potential to really scale via a B2B approach rather than individual customers. Do you think you can kind of give us a little bit more flavour on that and how you're going to be able to really scale the business with that framework around it?
So the Warmer Homes 2 programme is it's issued through Warmwork, so it's part of the Scottish Government's fuel poverty eradication scheme. And what that does, you go to the people that need it the most, and they fit new heating systems in their houses, new energy efficiency systems, so that they're getting warmer homes, essentially. So we were part of the Warmer Homes Scotland 1 programme, and then that tender went out to tender for Warmer Homes 2. Warmer Scotland won the tender, and we've been onboarded onto the Warmer Homes Scotland 2 programme as well. And what that's going to do, I mean, there's a lot of fuel poverty in Scotland, and we are in a position with our colleagues where we can go out and we can help pull people out of fuel poverty by installing these systems, commissioning them, and doing that on behalf of Warmworks.
Great, thank you. If I pass on to...
Thank you, Ian. So well done, 0 to 1 million in 3 years. Suppose your business is very skills intensive, and that's your strength as well. But if I turn it around, that can also be a risk in scaling. So I would like to hear a bit more, because you've done this jump of 1 million revenue. What will the next 3 years will look like for you? And if you need to scale in different parts of Scotland or nationally, how would you take that model elsewhere from Highlands?
Yeah, no worries. So we've got a kind of plan. Our growth plan, we've called it Mission to Mars, one pie or tapas, right? So if you've got a pie and a bit of the pie gets affected and rotten, then quite a big bit of the pie is affected. Whereas if you've got lots of different tapas dishes, you can swap them out so that you can kind of scale properly, So we're good at what we do in the Highlands just now, and that's evident from the feedback we're getting from our clients, to the point that we work for a lot of national clients and they have infrastructure right throughout the UK, and they're asking us to go to different areas of the country, so then we can replicate the hub and then put that into different areas like Aberdeen, down the Central Belt, Manchester, wherever that may be, and then we kind of retain the headquarters. We're investing in systems to help streamline things. So we've got AI, which is logging jobs for us, which is then freeing up people's time. So we've got Paula, who we're putting through her AAT level 2 qualification in accountancy. Lauren, we're going to be putting her through a business management course, which then allows them to grow and develop as people as well. Our growth journey over the next 3 years is we're looking to grow to 2.5 million over the next year, and then by year 3 be sitting kind of around the 6-7 million mark.
Thank you. So how would you stop people copying your business model?
So it's down to our culture, I would say. And it's, you know, we're hearing there about people buy from people, and it's all about, from the beginning, it's about personal relationships with folk and developing them. And as we grow, we need to retain these service levels and we need to retain these relationships. As you can see from that, the dependency score in the survey is quite high, and that's something we need to work on bringing down. To do that, we're going to train individuals within the organisation to be able to, we're empowering them to have these relationships with the clients.
Thank you. Kevin.
Ian, thanks for that. So I'm really interested in scaling the business from 17 people. So the moment you've got control of pretty much everything, really good customer advocacy, high NPS. How will you keep that going when you bring more people into more locations who perhaps you haven't recruited, and you still expect to be the face of you and your business out there?
So when it came to setting our mission, our vision and our values, that was, you know, it's easy to go, right, that's our values, this is who we are, this is what we do. And that's kind of my thinking on it. What we did was we brought the whole team in. So it's the team's values. It was like, what does working at IDM mean for you, to you? What's it about? So the whole team's had the input in our values, where we're going, what we're doing. Everyone's on the journey together. It's like, why do we all go to work? We all go to work to provide a better quality of life for ourselves and our loved ones. And that's what we're kind of feeding into our culture. It is part of our culture. So my hope and my vision is that people that are in the business are part of it. And when new people come in, that then reflects on them to bring them back in. So everybody's kind of pulling together in the same direction.
And how will you cope when you don't have as much control?
People go on holiday. That's the thing I'm trying to do just now is we've got our ops director who's great at what he does. We've got a general manager who's great as well. We're growing that kind of senior team. We're training some of the ladies and guys in the business to kind of come up the ladder. So that you have to trust the people you're working with. If you can't trust them, then what's the point in doing it? Because you're just going to end up having a heart attack or something.
And you don't want that.
No.
And where will you get these new people from then? What's your kind of ideal hire look like?
I've been thinking that quite a lot. I think what we're doing, our approach is different in a lot of senses. A lot of the traditional trade businesses, it's all very, just down the line. What we're doing is we're actually involving people. We're bringing them on the journey with us. We're including them in what's going on. So we're getting a lot of, interest from people wanting to join the team. They're interested in seeing where we're going, what we're doing, what we're about, and they want to be part of that journey. The other thing is, if anybody else here has island connections, wherever you go in the world, you're always going to meet another islander. So there's that kind of island support as well. And, we've got people from Lewis, from back home, that want to come on board, and they're based right throughout the country. So, we've got that as well.
So are we talking about new people out of school, or are we talking about more experienced people who want to retrain? Have you got your eye on all the various different demographics?
Yeah, there's a trade shortage. I'd say the kind of trade industry is in crisis just now, because over the years there's been such a big focus on putting people at university and kind of steer away from trades. Some might agree, some might not. But that's now at crisis point because there is a severe shortage of tradespeople. So we have a duty to bring up the next generation and to show them that, you can earn a proper living. You can realise your dreams by being a tradesperson, and it's opening that to everyone, to give everybody the opportunity to kind of come in and learn it and do it. And it's, young people from school. We've got adult trainees as well that we're bringing through. So it's not it's not the traditional kind of fixed kind of mindset approach.
Thanks, Ian. Shonak, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. You've got a very impressive blue chip list of clients in your application form. How did they find you, or how did you secure them?
Just talking to them, listening to them. the role I was in previously, I used to kind of look after a lot of the clients. When I moved from Aberdeen to Inverness, started up my own, I thought, right, stuff it, I just want to work for myself now. No stress, no hassle. And then clients were, I was wrong, wasn't I? And then clients were coming to me and it's like, right, can you do this? It's like, I can't step my old boss's toes. I can't do that. It's not ethical, it's not moral, like, I just can't do that. It's like, if you find you're stuck and you have tried absolutely everything and every avenue and you need a fail-safe, I'll be your fail-safe, because then I can sleep easy at night because I'm not taking the mick, you know? And then they've just, next day it's like, we've tried everything, can you go to this? Yeah, no, well, on we go.
Okay, so given that you've got these blue chip clients, how are you going to get your next batch of blue chip clients as you're wondering, you know, rolling out across the UK? What's your strategy for customer acquisition?
So a lot of what we're doing is, a lot of the business that we're getting is through referral, through it's, you know, people moving from one business to another business, like we're just listening about there, and these relationships coming with them, and then you're meeting new people who then move to other facilities companies or other businesses that have premises that need to be looked after. So it's about harnessing these relationships, actually engaging with people, listening to what they say, and actually doing what they want within reason. You know, because sometimes people want things done that you can't do it, but instead of saying no, you say, this is why it can't be done. This is how it can be done, so it's providing solutions. We're looking at our marketing strategies as well, because to grow kind of throughout the rest of the UK, we need to educate people about who we are, what we do, and how we do it, why we do it. So we're looking at kind of videos and documentaries and kind of things like that, just to make it a bit more interesting than standing in front of your logo and talking.
And do you see your growth being entirely organic, or are you going to look at potential acquisitions of similar businesses elsewhere in the UK?
So to do what I want to do, what we're growing towards, we'll be looking at, we'll need to include some mergers and acquisitions over time in a few years, yeah.
Thanks very much indeed.
Well, thank you very much, folks. Cheers.
There you go. Have a free sample. Oh, cheers. Ian, were you not here for the pitch for that product, by the way? You weren't here this morning, were you? No, okay. It just looked all confused then. I like it when I hear people using words like moral integrity and stuff like that. So there you go. You have a real treat, a bit of ink balm for you, because I noticed you had a tattoo. There you go. Nobody leaves empty-handed from this place, eh? Hopefully that's not all you'll get, by the way. I'm not suggesting anything. Let's have a look at some tweets. David, it's 28 minutes before your competition. You've had one? Yeah. Oh, hey. Also, there's 2 entries now. Don't give it to them. Don't give it to them. I might enter. I don't think I've ever entered that competition, have I? I could I? A couple more tweets here which I like. The competition for the headphones, wireless headphones, is hotting up on X, formerly known as Twitter. Anton, where's Anton? Hello, mate. I didn't know you were here. Of course I do. Not really. No, of course I do. He's a lovely guy. Twice a year, Matthew Quinn, that's me from We Know Sales, adds a new edge to Scotland's largest funding competition, Scottish Edge. Today, he's on Edge 23, but he also takes the edge off from all the seriousness. A massive thanks for that from all the founders. Oh, you're so sweet. Somebody get that man some headphones. Ryan Milne, still liking that one. I'm not going to read it out, but he says I'm a good bloke, so forget it, Ryan's winning. Where's Anae? Oh, is she? All right, forget her then. She's put quite a nice tweet, but then at the bottom, in brackets, has put, also, I guess the host, Matthew, is quite funny. Yeah, thank you. Maria McKinney's posted a picture of me shining my shoes. obviously. You know, effort's got to be put in. It's a sign of discipline. That's what I say. Judges, are you guys ready? Yeah? Oh, good. That means we bang on time again. Right. Let's have our next picture up. I think we've got about 4 left now. So next, we've got a business that's pitching their revolutionary tax planning system using artificial intelligence to offer real-time and future tax planning solutions. Please welcome Robert Davison and Nicole Christie from Tax Torch. Good luck.
It's okay. Hi, everyone. My format is normally better than this, by the way, but we'll go with it. Don't you just hate tax? Paying too much, the complexities, the stress, the cost? It's overwhelming. But what if it wasn't? Well, enter Tax Torch, an online tax planning platform powered by AI, with one clear mission: to revolutionise the world of tax. We're Nicole and Robert, chartered accountants, and we support clients with these concerns every day. We understand their pain, and we were desperate for a solution. So we built Tax Torch to help accountants and their clients.
There are 41,000 accountancy practices in the UK. Accountants are going through a digital revolution and craving a tax planning solution, with 12.1 million tax returns submitted each year. Change is also coming in 2026, meaning 4.3 million individuals will have to submit tax information 4 times per year, rather than once. Our competition is outdated spreadsheets, restrictive calculators, and systems focused on what happens in the past. Tax Torch looks forward, combining an individual's goals with their personal finances. We educate and empower people to make financial decisions with confidence. Our monthly subscription model means that no matter your financial literacy or status, innovative tax planning can be a reality for less than a coffee each month.
Our team is an alliance of tax-focused accountants and entrepreneurs, innovative developers, and seasoned mentors from the likes of Accelerate, Her, and TaxScaler. Supported by industry marketers and peers within the tech space, we're not just building a digital platform, we're crafting a profitable, scalable business with global expansion plans. We'll boost employment in Scotland, all whilst utilising our commitment to sustainability through serverless technology.
Our early traction speaks volumes. Despite being pre-trading, our waiting list has grown rapidly through word of mouth in the accounting industry. Through our extensive work with the Early Adopters Hub since 2022, we have deep dived into market research, idea validation, product validation, beta testing, all the way through to product market fit. We have secured SEIS status and £100,000 of investment to date and plan to launch this summer. Through continually testing and actioning user feedback, we believe our go-to-market product will be a huge hit.
We seek £100,000 from Scottish Edge to develop our mobile app, allowing us to cater for a new industry of users, enrich our feature set, elevate customer success, and evolve our MVP into a game-changing platform, delivering in 6 months compared to our 3-year plan. Imagine a future where financial savvy is standard, where every taxpayer is empowered to achieve their dreams. Your investment in Tax Torch is more than capital for a platform. It's the spark for a tax revolution that will impact millions. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. I suppose the question here is that you are accountants and you are building, isn't that against your own business?
No, Tax Torch is very much a platform that aids the service we offer. It's not as a replacement.
Okay. So what is the biggest risk that you see for this product not being successful?
I guess a large risk for us is legislative change. Tax rules change all the time, as I'm sure we all experience. So keeping up to speed with that is vitally important for our business. Another side of it would be competitors. If there was another tax product perhaps come on the market, for us that would be a risk.
So taking on that last one, how would you prepare for that, your competitors entering into it, and what is your defensibility then?
we're a small team, we can work really agile, and we can put out new features quite quickly. So a big part of us will be listening to our customers, understanding what features perhaps competitors are coming out with, and understanding if we could fit that into our platform. So it's been quite reactive to change if there were new calculators or systems that came on the go.
How long did it take you to reach to this stage?
How long's a piece of string? A couple of years. We've gone through a couple of developers, and then last January we totally pivoted, and that's been a complete catalyst. So I'd say developing from the ground up really started last January.
Thank you.
Thank you, Poonam. I suppose I'm interested in your go-to-market plan. So how do you take the idea, the concept, who have you got in mind, what size of firm, and how do you kind of make that subscription model sticky? I'd be interested in.
Well, we've actually got the wait list at the minute. So our go-to-market strategy is we're going to do a soft launch. So we want to try and really weed out those errors and maybe initial feature requests that people are seeing as key. We're going to do that with a soft launch. We've also got a Facebook group. So we've got over 2,200 accountants and bookkeepers in that Facebook group. They would be our next stage. We can market through LinkedIn. We've got a bit of a presence on LinkedIn in the accounting space. I did accountancy show and stuff. I've spoken there for the last 2 years at London to basically promote what's happening in the industry and changes around the tax products.
So what size of accountancy firm then would be your sweet spot? Is it kind of smaller or larger?
Yeah. In our minds, it doesn't matter because it's personal tax related, it all comes down to the client. Our initial focus is to go after the smaller firms who can implement it more quickly. Working with the bigger firms, we know it can take a long time for the process to go through and go through maybe the multiple layers of approval. Whereas when we're dealing with the smaller firms, they're basically saying, we want this, we can action it, we can input it right away.
Yeah, and as you say, they're quite quick to move, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
And how do you split the responsibility between each of you?
I deal with tech. Robert, as much as he's amazing, technology is not his forefront. I'm very much the geek in this. So I deal with all the technology side of things, leading the developers. Robert's very much more strategy in the overall picture. And Stephen over here is another co-founder. He deals with the compliance side of things as well.
Perfect, thank you. Shonak.
Thanks very much. Technology question in the sense of small accounting practices, they'll have lots of different applications and programs they're already using to deal with different aspects of their client's business. Is this interoperable with any of those systems?
Sorry, say that again?
In the sense of, you know, if somebody's doing somebody's accounts as a sole trader, are they going to have to like input things twice? How does this make an accountant more efficient beyond tax?
Sorry, I didn't hear. Initially, it doesn't integrate at the moment. It's a manual import. We have some functionality just now for people to automate that. The next stage, and especially with Edge funding, is to create these integrations where the software small accountancy firms are using just now can seamlessly integrate with TaxTorch to eliminate that manual entry piece. Because as accountants, you don't have time to be doing that. So that's a real key focus for our next stage of development.
And you're thinking about developing an app to sell to individuals, I guess. What's your business model going to be for that, is my first question.
Monthly subscription again, very low cost for individuals. At the moment, what it will be is the existing feature set that we have. Just now, accountants have a couple of extra platforms they can log into and manage their clients. So it's very much what we have just now, and a monthly subscription model for that as well.
Do you think the risk in and around that customer base would be different?
There's an element of risk where if a user was using the platform thinking they were getting concrete advice, say, and then went on to do their taxes on the back of it, that would be a concern. A big thing for us is making absolutely clear this isn't advice, and we really want you to be collaborative with your accountant or your tax advisor, and using TaxTorch as a way of collaborating together rather than seeking TaxTorch out as a one source truth for your taxes. Very much meant to be use it with an accountant, not on your own.
And you'd said that you'd changed developer and you'd pivoted. How are you going to do your product development in future?
We are lucky that we have a really great developing team at the moment. I do a lot of the development myself, so I know the crux of the product and the part that we found really difficult to get another developer to build, which was fundamentally calculating tax. short of being an accountant, it's very difficult to understand that wonderful world of tax calculation. So for us, it's building up that team of AWS specialist developers alongside myself and other tax specialists to make sure we're communicating the tax rules to coders, basically.
Thanks very much. Thanks.
It feels like once you're into an accountant, you're probably quite sticky. You know, it's going to be quite a task for them to move.
Yeah.
The challenge would be that there will be other competitors out there, even if there aren't now, that are coming in. How can you grow market share quickly to capture a chunk of that market before some Me Too competitor comes in?
Yeah, we want the accountant to see us as their aid to becoming their client's tax planning hero. So what we want to do is we're basically empowering the accountant to help their clients save tax, but also increase opportunities within the practice itself. So,
just to clarify, yeah. I'm probably asking a question that Sif would have asked about marketing.
Yeah.
How are you going to market to really accelerate take-up of your product?
Again, it's leaning on our existing network to start with. Very much in the tech or in the accountancy space, there's a huge network of vendors and people that are actively looking for this technology. We are at the forefront of a lot of those networks already. So we'll be leaning on those existing connections we have from our own experience being accountants. We'll look at social media ads and things further down the line, but primarily just now it's getting straight into the people that can make decisions through our existing network of small accountancy firms within Scotland and then the UK.
Yeah. Can I just add to that as well? Sorry, there's people actually looking for this solution as well. We've got a waiting list now of over 200 people, and we've never marketed the product yet. This is just through people hearing word of mouth. This is what we're offering. This is what the product's going to do, and then going to the website and joining the waiting list on the back of that.
That's great. Thank you. Any other questions from the panel? Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's thank you.
Wonderful stuff. See, I don't think anybody believed me a minute ago when Anton said, "Do you remember me?" And I said, "Yes." You didn't believe me, do you? 2016, Edinburgh University, I did an afternoon session on buyer's motivations for an hour and a half, set up by Amanda Kramer, and you were in the audience.
That was the beginning.
That was the beginning, I know, but you said, yeah, there, you see? It's all up there.
But then I've been to your training as well.
No, I know that. I'm talking about when I first met you. You came to the training course probably about a year or so later. Yeah, see? Never forget a pretty face, me. Never. Anthony, have you got any tattoos? No. Do you know anybody that's got any tattoos?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah? I'm going to throw this to you, right? Gently. I want you to pass it back because I'm not throwing it up there. Okay? Can you catch? You just look terrified. All right, okay. Ready?
I feel like
there you go. So pass it all the way back up there to Anton. There you go, Anton. A little present for you. No, that's all right. My pleasure. Lovely to see. I like the new haircut, by the way. It's very nice. Okay, listen, before the last three pitches, we're going to watch another little video. This is a preview of the Scottish Edge podcast series, which Edge created in collaboration with Alison Walker, and it was supported by RBS. This 10-week series interviews women in business in Scotland, and here's a little preview for you.
Mic'd Up, Our Women Entrepreneurs, is brought to you by Scottish Edge and is supported by the Royal Bank of Scotland. More details on Royal Bank of Scotland's accredited support for women in business a little later. Hello everyone and welcome to Mic'd Up with me, Alison Walker. My second podcast series is all about successful women entrepreneurs, and we truly have some amazing stories to tell here in Scotland. Is there anything you would have done slightly differently had you had the knowledge that you've got now, do you think?
I think we'd have been more confident about ourselves, and I think this is a common thing for women, is that we tend to say, you know, it's my little thing, it's my little idea, or we don't really tend to big ourselves up, and we kind of dial ourselves down and kind of make things smaller, and I think looking back on it, we should have been loud and proud and shouting about it,
which we are now.
Very much
but
it takes time, I think, to learn that,
It's sort of unlearning years of those things put on you by our society as a woman.
Yeah.
You often hear businesses start because somebody had a personal identification of a need, and that's how it started for you. But then you've obviously taken it and run with it.
Yeah, I think certainly there, you know, in terms of the scale of challenges that have been along the way, you know, because it's not the easiest time to be launching a business, certainly like cost-wise, production is expensive, ingredients are expensive. There were many points where I could have probably just stepped away and thought this isn't the path to take, but I think I'm a very stubborn person and determined, and could see that there really is a genuine gap out there, and I do think these products offer something different and really want them to succeed.
So there's people, planet and the economy are the three pillars of sustainability, and unfortunately the fashion industry is awful in all three of those. So in terms of planet, there's much debate about whether the fashion industry is the second or the fifth worst industry. It doesn't matter. It shouldn't be up there at all. It shouldn't be up there at all. We also create about 144 billion tonnes of waste every single year.
I think people find that quite hard to visualise. Meanwhile, keep an eye and an ear out for the next episode of Our Women Entrepreneurs on Mic'd Up, coming soon. Thanks for listening.
Brilliant. Judges, you ready? Oh, God, they're very efficient, these judges, aren't they? We need to make sure that we're voting for our favourite judge. All you have to do is mention them on Twitter to say Ben's still in the lead, because I've voted for him 20 times now. So, 3 left. 3 left to impress the judges. The next business has used his years of experience in the sports memorabilia industry to create an innovative solution to make sure that all memorabilia is 100% genuine. So please, from Ink Vested, welcome Brian Hamill. Has he run away?
Hi there. My name's Brian Hamill. I'm the CEO and the founder of a company called the Ink Vested Company. I have been 20 years in the sports memorabilia business, and I don't have my proper slides either. Everyone else is going great. I worked alongside guys like Lionel Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, Henrik Larsson, the French World Cup winning team, the Spanish World Cup winning team, and plenty others as well. And I was continually discontent, because what I'd do is I'd go and I'd speak to these people and I'd meet with these people, and it's no easy task to do that, and then we'd create memorabilia ranges for these people, and then we'd come back and we'd compete against people who sat in their bedroom, signed this stuff and sold it. That's the reality of the situation. It's estimated the market I'm in, it said there that the fashion market is bad, it's estimated the market that we're in is 80% fake. And I think that's quite a reasonable estimate. I downed tools. I said there's got to be a better way. I had a good company. I had a company that was doing 7 figures per year. And I downed tools, and I said there's got to be a better way, and now we're back with that better way. And the better way is a digital certification that is NFC backed and blockchain backed. What it really means is, instead of having a certificate of authenticity, which is a piece of cardboard, someone saying, yeah, it is, you take your phone, you hold it to the invisible chip, and it shows you that person with that particular item. It's indisputably signed by that person. We launch in July, and when we launch, we've bootstrapped to £500,000 worth of retail stock. We've created a framing solution that allows us to frame 300 units per day, and we've got a 2,000 square foot place in a place in Glasgow called Royston,
which is probably the most deprived area in Glasgow, and we're employing people in there. We've got 7 people come in already. We're doing great things in there. There's a kid going to university who would never been anywhere near university. You know, the traction that we've got is we've also got a deal with Costco. We did 2 weeks in Costco that generated £25,000 in revenue. Costco have been back on it and say they want to roll it out over 28 warehouses. We've told them there's a better way. We want to hold on just now until we launch. And we've been really firm in that as well. You know, they're offering us £1 million revenues, and we're saying no because there's a lot more than that to come as well. I can explain all that to you as well, but essentially, I'll have to excuse myself. I've been throwing that my slides aren't here. I'm asking you for £100,000. And I'm asking you for £100,000 because A, I need the money. I've bootstrapped this in ways that, you know, people, I've slept in cars, I've done the whole fucking lot, right? The second thing about it is, what you're looking at here is a £1 billion business. That's what we have here. And I can sit with anybody and explain that to you. We have a chance here to create something really, really special in a market that really, really needs it. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Brian, well done for getting through, and sorry that your slides didn't come on. But you got your story over. I think we're quite clear as to what you're planning to do. So the numbers that you're talking about are huge. The growth is huge. And clearly you've already done quite a lot of work to get up to this point. Genuinely, how will you handle the level of growth that you are already forecasting?
Execution is everything. It's going to be very difficult for us. We've engaged a company called Harvey Nash to bring in high-end advisors and high-end people. Listen, I've done this, right? My first slide was me with 16 different people. That 16 different people had 2 billion Instagram followers, right? The marketing is there. The need for it is there. The market is already there. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy in the slightest, but if I wanted to play safe, if I wanted to sit back and take in a few grand a week and do what other people want to do, and I'm nothing against them, I'd have done that 5 years ago. This is a company that's going to be the greatest memorabilia company on the planet, and that's what we're aiming for. How we're going to grow it is we're going to get people in with the money that you're going to give us. We're going to bring in more people. We're going to bring in more advisors. We're going to bring in more executive team. It's not going to be easy, but we've got high-end people who have got to that price already, who've got to that £1 billion valuation already, advising us on how that's going to happen as well.
And how do the commercials work then? So the famous people, the sportsmen or the pop stars, before they'd have just given stuff away, and some of it would have been signed and some of it would have been fake. Do they receive a commission for being part of this, and you're effectively just in the middle selling on the technology or the merchandise? How does that work?
We act as a conduit between the fan who desperately wants this stuff and the player, the music star, the entertainment person or whatever who wants to provide it to them. We go and we create a roadmap that starts by explaining that it's going to be launched. We then have them come on social media and tell their fans, only buy it from here. This is the only way you can guarantee it real. You know, and then we have a drop date, and that drop date has allowed us to pre-sell what we're going to sell, so we'll monetize quite quickly as well, you know.
Yeah. And so does the superstar, do they receive a payment?
Yes, they receive a commission.
They receive a commission, you receive a commission, and the end customer effectively pays for what I see in front of me here.
Yes.
Brian, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brian, could you just explain to me a bit more about how you actually get to the football or the star? Do you have to go through a third party, or do you build relationships with them directly?
I've been doing this for 20 years. I have contacts with these people. I call these people my friends. I have dealt with them. The crucial thing that I've got here is I've got trust. You know, the slide that was up there with Ballon d'Or winners, World Cup winners, the people on my phone, the people I can talk to, is because in 20 years, I've never turned up late, I've never told stories, I've always done what I said I was going to do. And the crucial thing in this area is trust. Because these people are not easy to get to, and these people are not easy to speak to, and these people building that trust is a very difficult thing. Yes, we speak to agents because we have relationships with agents. Yes, we speak to the individuals themselves, and I just find a way. You know, not everybody's going to say yes, but a lot of them do.
Okay, thank you. Could you tell us how you came up with the idea of developing this digital certification and who and how you developed it?
Well, essentially, the business started as a hobby, and I developed a business into that. We were, by far and away, the biggest memorabilia company in the country. And every time I went to Barcelona to see Lionel Messi, every time I went to Madrid to see Cristiano Ronaldo, I come back and competed against 500 people who were sitting on eBay who hadn't even been in the same country as these people. And they sat and they signed it themselves. And like I say, 80% of the idea is fake and all the rest of it. And the thing is, it's not a victimless thing. The consumer at the other side is getting absolutely ripped off. You know, an unauthentic autograph is completely worthless. If you've got a fake Louis Vuitton bag, you can still put a purse in it. An unauthentic autograph is completely and utterly worthless. And I was discontent, I was fed up, I was pissed off, whatever you want to call it. And I went to a company in Zurich who were developing a blockchain technology that was going to be used in the art world, and I asked them to develop it for us as well. And that's what we've come up with, that's what we've done. We are the only company on the planet, that company there is the only company on the planet that can absolutely guarantee your item, not just today, but in 10 years' time, 20 years' time, and so on and so forth.
Could I just come in, Shona? So why did you not do this as part of the previous business you had?
Integrity. We can't possibly go out to the market and say this is the new way to do it, but here we're still selling the old way. So we don't owe anybody any money, we haven't parked in, we haven't burst in, we haven't ripped anybody off, we've just parked it and said, you know what, see from today, I'm going to go and do something great. That's what I've set out to do.
And your relationship with the company in Zurich, you've got a license from them to use their technology? And
we've got a 3-year exclusive deal with the company. We've brought on a chief technical officer as well, a guy called Dimitri from Belarus, who I've known for 20 years as well. I met him in Entrepreneurial Spark. And he's advising us on the next steps to go as well. So we'll find our own way in that. But right now, we've got a 3-year exclusive license to go and do this.
Thank you, Brian.
So can you tell us a little bit more about the deal that you had with Costco? So the specifics of what was it that was driving 25k of revenue in a week?
Yeah.
I forget.
Yeah.
And you say that you decided to turn down a very significant deal there.
Yeah.
Can you just talk us through that process?
Costco asked us to do what's called a roadshow. We put in a box that puts on our products. Now, one of the things that we found out in there is not everybody wants the new player, not everybody wants this and that. There are superstars in here, there's outliers that people want continually. So Henrik Larsson's one of our guys. We've got a contract with Henrik Larsson. Henrik works with us, for us. He is coming in to see us on Monday to we develop this again. Henrik Larsson had 10% of the wall and 44% of the sales. Not everybody wants a signed picture on the wall. Not everybody wants a Henrik Larsson shirt on the wall, but they want a Henrik Larsson item. So we've now got an agreement to do mugs, to do mouse mats, to do baseball caps and stuff like that. So rather than have 40 people on these walls, we'll have 5 or 6 people on these walls, and we'll sell a much broader range of the people that people want to buy, rather than filling it up with someone that's going to sell one item and we're going to be left with the rest of the stock.
Sorry, just take you back to Costco.
Mm-hmm.
What it was a Henrik Larsson thing in Costco?
Yes, we put the Henrik Larsson thing in Costco. He had 10% of the wall space and 44% of the sales. So we have now said to them, look, how do we develop this to bring in more products, to bring in a different range of stuff that more people will want to buy, rather than we were propping things up by going and getting new players and things like that, and they're not as attractive to people.
And just one further question. So just so I understand the kind of the cost base and the opportunity. Picture like those two that you've put up, one shirt, one picture, how much would that go for, and what's the cost to you of embedding the chip in the device, in the artifact?
The cost to us embedding is £4. That's what it costs to put a chip. We are working on this. This piece will cost us £35. We'll sell it at £295. This piece here is £495. It will cost us £145. The first one that we launched here as a bit of traction as well. We launched one of these and told the story. It sold for £5,010. People know what we're doing here. People want this stuff because they're fed up getting ripped off.
Thank you. Pina?
Thank you. I think the technology that you are using at the basis of it, the NFC or the blockchain, has been around for quite some time. People have been always talking, and then fake market is a challenge. So how do you think that a big fashion houses or big art world people or even football promoters will not apply the same thing and doing? Are you relying on one or two of the specific players that you have relationship, or do you think that this will be a general technique or technology that you will apply for multiple players?
Part of the business model is that we would work for other people if they wanted to develop ranges like this. We don't want to pull the rope up. We want to say this is the best way to do it. That's a year away just now. You're right, Christian Dior have just brought out training shoe ranges with a chip on it and stuff like that. This is not something that isn't going to happen. What we've got is processes in place that I've learned over 10 years as well, over 20 years as well. Processes in place to capture the data that shows that exact item being signed by that exact player. And further to that, there's enough room under the sun for everybody. You know, other people will do this. We don't need 5% of 100 people anymore. We need 100% of 5 people to get started.
And you want to continue stick to the football for now?
We want to move into music. We want to move into entertainment. You know, we want to do Anthony Hopkins' Silence of the Lambs thing and so on and so forth.
So in terms of team, what do you need?
Sorry?
In terms of your team, to build it further, to scale up the business and to grow, what else do you require?
We need people now at executive level. We've got people that can build the stuff. You know, we've got good staff. Our staff is the best investment we've got. They're fantastic people. We can produce the stuff. We can launch the stuff. We're going to need an executive team. We've got a chief technology officer now. We've got a finance guy that is way more qualified than what we need, but we are building that to future-proof what we've got. So in terms of team, it really and truly is see what comes next and go from there. But we are actively seeking it out just now. Like I say, we've engaged Harvey Nash.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you very much.
Brian, are these freebies now? I've been giving balm away all day. I don't know. No, that's all right. Don't you just leave it there. You're fine. I've got one left. Who wants it? Oh, so your hand was up. Right. Can you catch?
Not really.
You're not having it then, are you? Well done. There you go. So we're going to watch another short video now. And after that, we'll get our penultimate picture. And then what I will do is I will announce the winner of the Twitter competition. And then we'll have our final picture. And then we'll all go home. OK? This next video, Jake Elliott Hook and Amy Ritchie were a previous Edge winner. They won the Net Zero category special award supported by RBS. Apparently they're growing exponentially at the minute. As I say, one of the great things about Edge isn't just the money you get given, it's the help and the growth and the acceleration, all that kind of stuff. They're supplying their plant-based drinking bottles to some major corporates. So have a watch of this video and we'll learn some more.
My name's Amy and I'm the co-founder of Sweet. At Sweet, we create the world's first reusable water bottle made from plant-based materials.
The idea for Sweet came from the fact that there's only 3 main materials out there on the market.
And we found, that they all had their own problems with durability, cleaning, sustainability, all that type of thing. And so we wanted to create an option that was unique, that was truly functional, and of course sustainable. With every sale, we plant a trackable native tree, and that could be both for our direct-to-consumer sales and our business-to-business sales. And we provide QR codes where they can track those trees and see where in the world they've been planted, their height, their species, and other really cool information as well.
Sustainability is so important to us because right now on the market there isn't many circular options. Plastic, steel and glass don't biodegrade. They end up in landfill just like single-use plastics do. So it's really important for us to introduce a material that would be able to biodegrade naturally in landfill.
We, started from our pre-sale crowdfunding days and through going from young edge as well. And now we're at a stage where we're obviously applying for our main edge.
Typically we work with corporates for their events. We get rid of all their single-use plastics, replace them with our sweet bottles, which has gone down really, really well.
So we're applying to edge this time round again because the business has seen so much growth, and now we're at a stage where we need to up our production, and the support we've had from Edge in our previous round when we were in the young edge was really, really beneficial and took us to that next level, so we're ready to do that again.
But winning the net zero edge would mean a lot for the business, and we'd be able to work with a lot of large corporates, helping them reach their 2030 net zero goals.
This Scottish Edge Award for us is absolutely huge.
We are so thrilled to be winners of Round 20 Net Zero Edge Awards. We totally can't believe it. We're very shocked, but very grateful for all the support.
We have a lot of bottlenecks right now in our business just because of the demand we're getting, and the Scottish Edge Award is going to help us remove those bottlenecks and get key stock to our key suppliers and really scale up. So we're absolutely thrilled to be part of it.
Oh, wonderful. As I mentioned, one of the things I love about Edge is the fact that it's not just the money, it's the support and the help that you get as well. One of the other things I love about Edge is when people come back. I've, as you know, hosted this a number of occasions. And it's pleasing when you see people who you've seen before come back and kind of pitch again. And some people who you've seen before have come back again because they've been unsuccessful in the first time. And what they find is they get the feedback from the judges and they say, look, this is why you're unsuccessful, and here you go, and go and try again. And they come back and then they're successful the next time. And it's great because people give this feedback. The other reason sometimes people come back is because they've won an award in a special category before and they've come back. And this next picture is exactly one of those people. A few years ago, this person won £10,000 in the Young Edge competition, which, in case you can't figure out from the name, you get the kind of younger generation and young entrepreneurs, and they come up and it's a separate category. So I'd like you to welcome, from Street Events, training as And Munch, a previous Young Edge winner, Vanessa Gilpin.
Picture this: sizzling street food, vibrant food trucks, and expertly crafted cocktails. This is And Munch, and we make events taste great. Hi, I'm Vanessa, founder of And Munch, your ultimate online marketplace for discovering and booking the best food trucks and mobile bars for events. We're the tastemakers of the UK event scene, simplifying catering like never before. Have you ever struggled to find reliable caterers for your events? Well, you're not alone. And that's why we've created a platform to help you find the best UK caterers and elevate any event with exceptional food and drink. With hand-picked suppliers, seamless catering management tools, and on-platform communication, we've got every ingredient to make your next event delicious. Over the last 2 years, we've been on a journey spreading great food across Scotland and beyond. We've partnered with over 45 caterers, we've served up more than 20,000 meals, and we've provided a platform for many small businesses. The appetite for event catering is growing, with the UK catering market set to soar to £7 billion by 2026, so we're in the right place. Our initial focus has been on Scotland, tapping into the £400 million festival catering market and the £200 million wedding catering niche. But next, we're planning to expand to London and the South. Our business model operates on a commission basis, and beyond our core marketplace model, we have some additional revenue streams like catering for large-scale festivals and events, and with several long-standing prestigious clients like the University of Glasgow and the European Tour, who we've delivered 9 golf tournaments for. We do have competition, but none specialise in catering like we do. We have a streamlined process and a supplier-centred approach, and we're carving out our niche in this market. Since we launched, we've witnessed steady year-on-year growth, validating the demand for our platform. But to take And Munch to the next level, we need your support. And that's why we're seeking 100,000 in Edge funding to drive our expansion plans. With this investment, we'll grow our team with key hires, a full-stack developer to enhance our platform, and a sales and events manager to drive our growth strategy. From winning young Edge to building a robust MVP platform, we've laid the groundwork, and now it's time to scale. So with Edge funding, we'll bring our development in-house, boost our sales strategy, and cement our position as the UK's premier platform for event catering.
Thanks very much, Vanessa.
Thank you.
Question on you've got your platform, you're supplying catering to large corporates and festivals, and you've also got general public, for want of a better word. As you go forward, which sector do you see the one with the most growth for you?
So the sector that we see the most growth in is corporate customers and also the festivals and large-scale events.
And how is your route to market for that? How do you go about winning those clients?
So with the platform that we're developing at the moment, we get most of our traction through like Google AdWords and being like top ranking on that Google platform. So most people will start off their journey like pizza truck for office or pizza truck in Glasgow. And once we can always be visible in that space, that's what so far has driven most of our growth with the platform.
And when you're expanding geographically into London and the South, which of your different market segments are you going to tackle first?
The first market that we would tackle is corporate market as well. We already do have a few ad hoc clients in London. I grew up in London and moved up to Glasgow, so I'm very familiar with London as an area. I've done events in that space before, so that would be our first kind of easiest route to market.
You said in your presentation that you handpick your suppliers. What's your quality control in terms of allowing them to stay listed? How do you go about that aspect of it?
Yeah, so quality is really important because we are big on excellence, and that is one of the things that's given us so many great clients and clients that stay. So firstly, the quality of the food. The food has to be delicious. The look of the food trucks, and then also there's just the health and the regular health and safety that you need to have when it comes to food. For example, insurances, health and safety policies. So just making sure all of that due diligence is done.
Last question from me. How do you go about finding these catering trucks and people, so that you've got a broad range of food types available?
So one of the areas, for example, if we were looking in a new area like London, a lot of caterers have their profiles on like Facebook, Instagram, so we would specifically look in those places. There's also quite a lot of food-specific Facebook groups that caterers kind of congregate in, and then caterers can also sign up directly on the platform as well. So in Scotland, we get a lot of caterers that come to us because they know us, we do a lot of high profile events, but in a new market space, we would be a bit more proactive in going out to find caterers, also going to like food markets and things like that as well.
Thanks, Vanessa. Ben?
So I think I would characterize yours as a platform business, where you're selling to consumers of the product, but also selling to the suppliers. And we talked a little bit there about how you select your suppliers, but can you tell us a bit about the value proposition you offer to them, the food trucks, etc., and how you're trying to really make sure that they're going on your platform rather than somebody else's, or going direct to the customer?
Yeah, so caterers will always have their own direct channels, but the key thing that we offer caterers is we offer them a wider market. So many of the caterers that we work with are small businesses. I would actually say 80% are small businesses. So they're maybe just launched, they've maybe come from areas that aren't food specific, and they just want to get in front of as many clients as possible. I also think we can offer these kind of corporate high value catering events that caterers do find it hard to tap into themselves. Once we can always bring these good value events to caterers, they'll always come back. But also one of the ways that we are differentiating ourselves as a marketplace platform is we want to be something that provides a lot of value to caterers. So for example, offering them training in terms of health and safety, in terms of branding, and also offering that in a community so that they can have that support, and also P2P trading as well. So.
And when you're talking about competitors,
yeah.
I guess that there might be other platforms that aggregate third-party suppliers. Are there competitors that just have the appearance of third-party suppliers, but actually it's one corporate that can do all of these different things for a big customer?
Can you repeat that question again, sorry?
So your platform is aggregating these different third-party food trucks, so different companies together to supply the needs of a big customer.
Yeah.
You've said that the only competitors that you have don't just specialize in food. I wonder if what else would one of your customers do instead of working with you? Is there nothing else that fills that gap?
So a customer could go to a caterer directly, but again, it's very time consuming. We've done all the searching, we've done all the procuring, so they can come and know they're going to get a good quality product and event at the end. And that's one of the reasons that we get repeat customers. In terms of our corporate customers, they also have multiple events. So if they can have one place where they can find all of the catering they need for all the events across the year, it makes life a lot easier. In terms of caterers that have like umbrella brands, you just don't get the same differentiation. You'll know an umbrella brand from people that are really good at what they do, and they're specific for that niche. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vanessa. You serve two different ends of the market. So one is the one people who are holding these events and looking for it, and then you are procuring these suppliers. Are you just a middle person, or do you have your own offering on that platform? Do you run your own food service or trucks, or are you just relying whatever is available in the market, just as a first question?
At the moment, we only have what's available on the market. We don't have our own in-house offering. I'm not sure if that would ruin the integrity of what we actually provide to caterers, so we've not really looked down that avenue. The only thing that we would look to offer is a bar service because it's quite generic, but I think in terms of food catering, we would really want to keep that to the experts.
Thank you. And you said that a lot of your suppliers or these caterers are early stage companies.
Yeah.
So what is it special about you that puts them into that higher end market? Basically, I'm just looking for your own credibility as a person to take them to these higher events. If you could just share with us.
Yeah, so I've had a background of over 8 years in event management and food truck catering specifically. This was the business actually that I started from university that's pivoted over the years. So I would actually say, not to be big-headed, but I'm quite well known in the food industry space in Scotland, and that's just been through years of just being there from the bottom up. I've seen caterers that started out in the food industry here that have gone on to do much larger events. So I think caterers do just have that respect, and that's now why we can bring this platform wider, because of that in-house knowledge.
Yeah, thank you. And just the food that you catering, do you advertise it as specialty or regions, or is it anybody or any kind of food caterer can come onto your platform?
Any food caterer can come onto the platform, and then if a customer wanted to search for a caterer, we categorise them in all the different food types.
Thank you.
Thanks. Hi, Vanessa. So I'm interested in the revenue model, and I wonder if you could just talk us through in terms of the platform. Are you effectively billing, and the revenue goes through you, and then you are paying the supplier?
Yeah. So we bill the customers, and the payments all come through our platform, and then the supplier gets that money remunerated minus our commission fee.
Right. Okay. And what in terms of what we're seeing here is the net profit in your projections. That is your fee effectively for tying those two together.
Yeah.
And is that a set fee, or is it a percentage? How does it work?
So the percentage for on-platform transactions is 15%. When it comes to like larger scale festivals and events, that percentage can vary between about 15 and 30%, dependent on the scale of the event.
Okay. And how quickly then are you paying the supplier?
So we have a 21-day payment lead time for the suppliers.
Right. Okay, so relatively quick. Good. That's all the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Spent the last couple of minutes talking about food there. Vanessa, did you bring any food with you for us?
Unfortunately not. Sorry.
We're all hungry now, that's the problem. We've got one left. So let me have a quick scope down of a couple of admin points before we introduce the last people onto the stage. The first thing I need to tell you is these lanyards that we've given you today, they're not yours, you have to give them back on the way out. Okay, so hand in your lanyards on the way out. I will announce a Twitter winner in a moment. For the finalists, what's going to happen next for them is the judges are going to go away and have a bit of a think about all the pictures that they've seen and exchange ideas, feedback, thoughts, scores, all of that kind of thing. And the finalists will be contacted early next week, Monday or Tuesday next week, with whatever news is being given to them. Some of them will get awards, obviously very happy that day. Some of them will be less successful, but we'll still get feedback and advice and thoughts for the future. And as I say, quite often people come back 2 or 3 times after being unsuccessful and kind of end up as winners as well. The official announcements will be later on in May at the official Edge dinner, which is invite only. I get to go. Oh, that was a bit harsh, wasn't it? Dear, oh dear, honestly. A quick reminder, 50% off sales training. If anybody wants it, just email me directly, Matthew with 2 T's, the correct way, matthew@futuresalesfactory.co.uk. If you want to take one of our public sales skills courses and you've been here today, you can prove it with a picture and today's newspaper or something like that, I'll give you 50% off. Twitter winner. Now, I've been fooling you all over the last couple of hours because I don't choose a Twitter winner. I've just not like my ego being stroked by getting people to say nice things about me. It's actually Jack Proctor that chooses a Twitter winner. And he has chosen, Jack has spoken. Jack was delighted a few months ago when Edge recruited Miles Bax. I don't know whether everyone's met Miles, because Miles turned up and then Jack went, oh good, if you and I got on each other's shoulders, we're as tall as Matthew. Then they tried it, and they weren't. The Twitter winner, chosen by Jack Proctor. Or should we do the runner-up first? We'll do the runner-up first. The runner-up is Ludo Farine. Where's Ludo? Is he gone? Oh, Well, we've said it now, so he's got it, and it's live stream, so he's probably cheering in the background. We will send him a £20 Amazon voucher, and Jack says he's decided he's won because I read his tweet out the most dramatically. Surely that means I should win. The winner is the poem from Max Carcass. And Max, you can go and get your headphones from the desk on the way. I'm going to read it again. A startup came to Scottish Edge hoping to receive a pledge. They made their pitch, went without a hitch, and now they're very successful, they allege. Oh, that's a worthy winner. Well done, Max. Well done. Sorry to everyone that hasn't won, particularly those ones who I hinted were winning, but then again, it's not my decision, so hey-ho. Here we go, last finalist. Taking us home. I don't need any notes to introduce these two because I've known them for a little while. I will implore you on this. If you ever get the opportunity to go for a whiskey tasting evening with these two gentlemen, please do it because it's fantastic fun. It's great, particularly if you were finished with a curry and then nearly fall in the canal on your way home. It's all part of it. These two guys I've met quite a few years ago now, I suppose. Adam has been on my sales training course, so he's now a superb salesperson. Carl hasn't yet, but there's still hope for him. There is very little that these two don't know. There's very little that these two don't know about whiskey the drink and also whiskey the investment. And they've got their big chance, the last pitch of the day, so give a massive round of applause to Carl and Adam from Tailor Spirits.
Bringing the good stuff. Thank you everybody for staying so long. Not too nerve-wracking being the last pitch of the day, but Friday evening we'll start talking about whiskey. It's the right time to do it, isn't it? That reminds me, Matthew, your bribe. Hey! Thank you very much. There is a tidal wave of whiskey coming, and our business is still working very hard, taking people to higher ground. To reintroduce ourselves, we are Adam and Carl, two of the three co-founders of the Tailor Spirits company, the only full-service provider for single cask owners. We started our business because we saw an ever-growing demand for people that own single cask of whiskey to see the full benefit of their ownership and their investments. With industry sources suggesting there are around 1 million privately owned casks maturing in Scotland at any one time, the opportunity is vast. Though often the most vital part of whiskey has been overlooked, and that is that every single unique cask of whiskey has to go into a bottle one day. They cannot be traded indefinitely. There is a huge disconnect between the commercial scale that exists for large branded products and then the needs of individual cask whiskey owners, with only around 250 bottles in a single cask. We bridge this gap by utilising the scale of our business, our relationships and buying power to benefit our clients individually and helping them create completely unique, one-of-a-kind whiskey bottles like you see on the table just there. We take on the entire process, from supply and secure storage to award-winning design and branding, to bottling production and even export advice. Probably the hardest part of whiskey, that's for sure. Taking the whiskey all the way from the cask warehouse to your house. We've seen an incredible demand for our services since launching just 6 months ago and are already outpacing our projections in terms of revenues and for number of new clients.
Since our launch in October 2023, we've successfully onboarded 26 new clients, helping us achieve revenues in excess of £195,000, a gross profit of £60,000 and a net profit of £10,000. Following the end of Q1, we're delighted to say that we surpassed our revenue target by 31%, and this is all during our formative stages. Our 2024 projection consists of revenues in excess of 600,000, a gross profit of 150,000, and a net profit of 27,000 pounds. Following our initial application, we want to share some key highlights with you. We're now working with a high-end London-based cask broker to create a luxury bottling brand for them, launching in summer this year. This will help provide a tangible bottling exit strategy for their clients, all handled by Tailor Spirits. We're also working with the UK's largest cask broker, and we've been tasked with handling all of their high-end and more indulgent client bottling projects. We've also been entrusted to work with a group of ultra-high net worth individuals in Malaysia to bottle their 33-year-old Macallan cask, which is worth over £350,000. International reach has always been a key focus for us. We now boast clients from 10 different countries around the world, including the US, Europe, China, Malaysia, New Zealand, and of course the UK. Our industry presence has also grown. We have agreements in place with 4 different cask brokers to provide our services to them and their clients, and with an estimated 15 to 20,000 casks under management between them, the opportunity is vast.
Internally, we've also seen great successes with industry partners onboarded, and this has led to exclusive agreements with some of them for supply. And this is something that is unheard of in the industry to date, giving us better access to spirit stocks, ensuring our high level of service can be maintained whilst we scale. This further improves our offering and makes our operating profit more robust and sustainable. We're asking for financial support from Scottish Edge to accelerate our continued growth. The prestige of winning this competition will have a huge benefit to our visibility, meaning we can help even more whisky cask owners that need us while still maintaining our very high service levels, something we demand for all of our clients. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, guys. I'd be interested in just talking through the finances for one of your customers, right? So they bought a cask, how much did they spend on that? And they've gone through waiting for it to be ready to bottle for a long time. What kind of costs are they going to incur from that process to getting a crate full of bottles of beautiful whiskey? And what fraction of that cost will you take?
Thank you very much for your question. I can take that one. So let's imagine that somebody has already purchased a cask 5 years ago or whatever it may be, and they approach us as a one-stop shop to deliver them their bottles, beautifully designed to their specs, to their home. We've purposely built 4 different packages, the first one being a select package, which is very much entry level. That starts from around £15 per bottle, which includes all of your basic glassware, labels and cork stoppers. And we move up through the ranks to more bespoke packages. And with the increased cost, you have increased access to different types of glassware, more premium paper stocks and packaging, essentially.
So again, if I am one of your target customers, I've got a cask. How much did I spend on that? How much am I going to spend bottling that entire cask, I guess?
Yep.
And what will you get from that customer, just with a pound sign in front of it?
Okay, so the basic way to look at this is usually people would buy into the market with a new make cask at around £3,500. They mature that until it's drinkable and nice at say 10. And then with our packages, if it's the most basic level, you'd be looking at a further investment of around £3,500 to £5,000 to bottle that. But that also includes your alcohol duties that are payable to release that stock from the warehouse, essentially.
Great, thank you. Peter?
Thank you. You mentioned you have clients internationally and impressive list you mentioned. So just run me through how does that process work? If there is a person who owns a car somewhere internationally, for example, in Far East, how do they find you and how do you get that bottled back to them eventually? Do they need to bring it here or do you work locally? Just some, and then financials of that.
Yeah, thank you. There's a little bit of nuance to the Scottish cask whisky industry, where the cask must remain in Scotland, and that's part of the legislation for protecting and understanding the provenance of a very valuable product to our economy. So all the casks are already here in Scotland. There may be private ownership internationally, but the cask will always be here. In terms of reach so far, we've been very lucky that we had a good contact book from our existing employment that has allowed us to develop a client base very, very quickly. And a lot of that has also turned into referral business. So most of our business so far has actually come from organic services that we've been involved in. We haven't actually done that much marketing yet, and we certainly haven't done any paid marketing, so that is going to be a future part of our growth. But in terms of international kind of awareness, we do have a pretty constructive marketing plan that's going to give us a good access to people internationally, but we're also partnering, as Carl mentioned, with cask brokers that have already sold those casks, that have client base established already, that don't have the ability to do what we do. So we'll partner with them, and they will essentially give us clients to do the work they aren't able to provide.
So the business acquisition, is it always outgoing? You have the client list, you approach them, or is there a way that people interested in can find you?
Absolutely, yeah. So part of our kind of marketing structure, again, is to look for our visibility. And that's something we're looking to invest a good chunk of the Edge funding into, is our marketing plan. I think it's something like a 45-page document I've pulled together for a structured marketing plan and how we're going to roll that out. And that will start to funnel people coming inbound to us rather than just being outbound activity.
So to reach your full potential and scale up, what investment are you actually looking for the next 3 years or even 2 years, and what plans are there to get that?
Yeah, we've essentially ran the business with self-generated profits to date, and as Adam mentioned, the Edge funding would be used to accelerate our growth. We would still remain and follow the business plan without Edge funding, but we want to access as many people as we can and help as many people as we can who own single cask whiskey. It's not just single cask whiskey owners that already have whiskey. We're looking to approach businesses, existing and aspiring, to help them create brands so they can generate profit themselves and help more and more consumers enjoy independent single cask whiskey.
So if I had a cask today, how would I get that out and bottled? There must be someone who's already doing this.
Thank you for the question. So there are parts of the industry that are covered for one individual section, and that's one of our key USPs, is the fact we cover every single moving part of the whole process. And I can assure you there are many, and it gets quite frustrating, but there's a lot of hard work that goes into it. So you might find someone that is willing to do the logistics part, but then you have to loop together the current warehouse keeper and wherever it's heading to be bottled. You would have to do that personally to make that happen. Find someone with a movement guarantee number and licenses to do so. Again, there are people that will bottle whiskey for you, but they might not have the facilities to be able to actually design and create a product that can be manufactured. And we kind of bridge the gap between all of them, taking, as I say, the whiskey all the way from that warehouse to your house, and it's a hands-free experience for you, and you can have as much input as you like. But yeah, it's a smooth, stress-free experience is the plan.
And do you have your own bottling premises, your own machine, or are you outsourcing that?
Currently, yeah. So we have partnered with a few different companies. We don't plan to bog ourselves down with bricks and mortar just yet. And this is a key part where a lot of existing companies fall short, is where they have too much expenditure, too much overheads to begin with, and then they have to start committing to large-scale contracts. When they have these large-scale contracts, the single cask owner gets pushed aside and isn't looked after. That's something we intend to avoid as much as possible, and we'll remain agile by having a list of approved partners at different tiers. Top-tier partners, we have 3. We have a tier B below, which will be, they might not hit the same price, quality, or speed, but Tier 1 is all of those 3 hit. Tier B will go down to make sure we've always got someone there ready to provide the services that we need to. So agility is the focus of our business, and that's why we don't have a bottling line.
Okay, so you'd be willing to use a Tier 2 bottler?
Yep.
Would that be for a more straightforward job at a lower price point? How does that work?
Yeah, so typically, as I say, Tier 1 would be speed, quality, and price. If we're losing one of those, hopefully it'll only be price. It might be slightly more expensive to get something in, but you're going to
slightly longer.
Or take slightly longer, exactly that. So we'll be able to pivot depending on the project needs to put them into the correct partner that we can manage all the way through to make sure the project is completed for you in good time.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Shona.
Thank you very much. So at the moment, you've said you've got some luxury cask brokers at the moment. What's to stop them working with you for a couple of years and saying, that's very interesting, I might do it myself?
Thank you for the question. It's kind of back to Adam's point of the business pressures that come with larger businesses. And it's not a question that other companies don't want to help single cask owners. It would literally make no commercial and financial sense for them to do so. So these cask brokers, they are able to generate very quick revenues, very impressive revenues, but they simply don't need to help the individual cask owner. And it's something that's always forgotten about. We always talk about what happens in 10 years' time, and it's something that's simply overlooked. Every single cask must go into a bottle one day, and we're going to be the company that's going to be there to help them.
Okay, and then one of the things that you're saying in your funding, you're looking to develop your own in-house brands, and is that you Are you going to sell them into the corporate market, or are you going to sell them to the consumer?
Thank you for the question. This is actually the full circle that we want to implement, the kind of the ecosystem of being able to plug your cask in. We'll help you design a brand and bottle it. Or what you can do is actually have a cask of whiskey that you maybe looked at as an investment and you actually want to see a return on investment from. We can bottle your whiskey, but then how do you sell it? And this is where developing our own bottling brand is going to be able to support people to actually see that all the way through. So we can actually plug their whiskey into our brand. What we'll do is work with several partners that we've already had conversations with to either sell direct to consumer online, which will give us the best profit margins for those whiskey bottles, or we can access a pretty well-established network of retailers that we can sell whiskey directly through into as well.
And beyond the current brokers, if you're trying to source casks, single casks, where in Scotland are you going to go to for those? Who, what, and where?
Can't tell you everything, but...
Thank you for the question. We're very fortunate in the fact that Tom, our other business partner, his brother actually owns a warehouse, and they have some very impressive lines of supply directly with distillery groups. So the typical high street broker, if you like, are often paying a premium to, margins every time that happens. So we're almost cutting out all of those people, and we're direct to the distilleries now through our relationships existing. These relationships, they take years to cultivate, so you can't just sort of arrive tomorrow and make that happen.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice one, well done. Well done, mate. Nice one. They're just examples, they're not free samples. All 3 bottles here are not free samples. All 3 bottles here, not free samples. It's all you need to know. That's it, we're done. It's 23, done. All it remains for me now is to say thank you to a long list of people. First of all, thank you to the 12 finalists who pitched today. Thank you to the 12 finalists who pitched yesterday. I know they're not here, but Evelyn will pass on my thanks, I'm sure. Thank you to all the wonderful people that have supported us, and AV people and the people who've organised the event, all the businesses out there, David Petherick, Harper Macleod, all of those kind of people that have helped and constantly and consistently help Edge as well. So thank you to them. Thank you for the Edge team, Kevin, Jack, Miles, all the rest of the guys up at Edge that are always putting in a lot of effort this. I haven't forgotten you, Evelyn, by the way. You come last, okay? Just to see you like that. What about me? All the Edge team. Of course, thank you to our wonderful, beautiful, fantastic judges, Ben and Shona, Kevin and Poonam. They're absolutely fantastic people. They've got the hardest job today, I think, closely followed only by the people who've actually been pitching, because you've got these wonderful pitches, and they've now got to go away and figure out who to award stuff to. I think there's going to be something like 40 awards this year. £1.5 million is going to be given out to various winners. So it's an impressive old thing. And finally, thank you to everybody in the audience. The audience has thinned out quite a bit through the day. But it is, as Adam said earlier on, it's Friday and the last pitch of the day. But thank you to everybody who's watched and everybody that's watching on the line out there in our live streaming service. And that's it. You guys have been great. The judges have been wonderful. The pitch has been fantastic. Evelyn, any final words?
Yes, a big thank you to Matthew.
Oh, there you go. Thank you very much. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
Matthew very kindly comes along and does this for us regularly and has become a big fan of Edge, and we've become a big fan of yours.
Oh, thank you.
And it's lovely to work with you. Really appreciate you coming along and keeping the energy up throughout the day with wit and, and encouragement.
Thank you, yes,
yes, and please do, final thing, take advantage of Matthew's sales training, and certainly if there are winners, amongst the still winners sitting here today, you'll find out on Monday. We will be talking to you about participating in Matthew's courses, so look out for that. But I'd also like to say a big thank you to the Edge team for all their hard work in putting on the last 2 days, and everyone's going to be tired tonight, but we will be on the phone. All the finalists still
Stay safe, everybody.
That's great.
Now let's begin. Now let's begin.